Good
Hey,
evening.
Giselle.
How
Hi,
you
how is
doing?
everyone?
Good,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Maybe they could, a question about the movie theater, maybe they could show a very popular, like highlights from planning and zoning meetings over the past year. I don't think that would do much for
Greatest
the
hits.
biggest hits. See, we have, hello, Tom,
Hey, Ron. Hey, Ron.
Ron Bodenson.
Hi there.
Just about 7 o'clock, and I think, I don't, on my iPad, I don't see everybody on one screens, but I haven't noticed any commission members who have not yet appeared. Is that correct, Dave? Here?
I don't see Joe Banowski yet,
Okay.
and I don't believe Carol's here either.
I'm here.
Carol's
Oh,
here.
there you are. Sorry,
Carol.
Carol.
All right, so hold on a minute for Joe.
Dave, is this your last meeting or do we have one more with you?
No, you'll have one more with me.
Okay,
Maybe two, but
maybe
definitely
two.
You're referring to the big farewell party, right?
one. Well, no, I may be here for the planning meeting in July if we have one. So,
Okay.
Back by popular demand.
yes, yeah.
We'll give Joe another minute, all right?
Did he accept?
Yes. Yeah. Try and call him.
Just got in front of my computer. I'm jumping on now.
Okay, Joe. See you in a minute. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
He's just sitting down in front of his computer, so he'll be with us in a second. Has he popped in yet?
I haven't seen him yet.
You know, a year into this, I can't get over the Hollywood Squares thing here. We should start like rotating like trivia questions around.
Yeah.
All right, we got Joe on now.
I'm sorry I'm late, guys.
No
That's
problem.
okay. Joe, good evening.
Good evening.
Okay, well, I'll call the meeting to order. Good evening, everyone. It's the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting of June 3rd, 2021. We have the continuation of a public hearing. Before I go into that, with so many faces on the screen, again, I'd at least like to identify the members of the commission. Tom Burland, the Commission Secretary Elliot Hitchcock, Giselle McDowell, our Vice Chair Jim Madison, Joel Miller, Joe Banofsky, John Mathers. We have as well 3 alternates, Ron Bodenson, Peter Roos, and Carol Snow. Staff that we'll see on camera will be Dave Anderson, of course, our town planner. And as always, Marlene Kennedy, our clerk, who takes the minutes for us.
Ron, I don't know if you introduced me. I'm here too.
Oh,
Shona Hay.
Jonah, hey.
I did say that, Dr. Shona Hay. I thought. Didn't I say, how did I skip over it? It's right here in front of me.
Sorry, I didn't hear it.
I'm sorry, Shona, but I did, Dr. Shona Hay. If I missed it, it was unintentional. I skipped over it. It's right here in front of me. My apologies. We have the continuation of a public hearing tonight. That's application 21-03 plus CSP, 856 Boston Post Road, map 39, lot 8 in the R2 district. The owner is Faith Whitehead. The applicant is 856 Boston Post Road LLC. And it's for a special exception permit application to construct a single-family residential cluster development and associated site improvements. It also includes a coastal site plan. This hearing is continued for May 20th. The hearing itself actually began on March 18th. Before we begin, I have a small bit of housekeeping to do. Commissioner Miller, Joel, you were not at our last meeting. So I must inquire, have you had the opportunity to review the tapes and the minutes from the meeting of May 20th?
I watched the YouTube, so town's got it up there, so I was able to review that prior to this meeting, so I'm up to speed.
Okay, great. Thank you. Therefore, with all of the regular members in attendance, I have no alternates to seat, and we can continue. We left off last time. We're going to start off with Attorney Keith Ainsworth's presentation on behalf of the intervening party, and we'll do that. But what I thought it might make sense to do is just kind of list what I saw the steps we should be going through tonight to follow the hearing. So as I said, we'd start off with a presentation from Attorney Ainsworth's group. Follow that by questions, of course, from the commission about the presentation. Then at that stage, I thought it might make sense to take questions from the public about the presentation, anything they have about what was presented to us tonight. And after that, take questions from the applicant of what was presented, along with any responses they may have to that material. Then after that, follow up again with some commission questions. And I would like to after that, follow up with some public comment. We kind of ended it last time, but there may be those who didn't get the opportunity to speak 2 weeks ago, and give them that opportunity tonight. And then finally, close, if we get to that point, allow the applicant to make a summation. And then we'll see where we stand there about the possibility of closing the hearing. Does that make sense to everyone?
Yes.
Attorney Ainsworth,
Yes, sir.
makes sense to you? Okay, so both parties agree with that? Does the commission agree with it? Does it make sense?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, then let's proceed. So I will turn the meeting over to Attorney Keith Ainsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, so we've heard hours of commentary from the applicant. You must indulge me the floor a bit, as there's much to discuss. I promise that my comments will be relevant to the commission's decision that you have to make.
Thank you for that. May I add one other thing? I think for the record, there's some confusion. You might identify who your clients or who you're representing tonight and get that onto the record.
I was just about to get there. What I wanted to say was it's going to take me about 45 minutes to make this presentation. So if that'll give you the expectations. But anyway, so good evening. My name is Keith Ainsworth. I'm an environmental attorney with offices in New Haven at 51 Elm Street. Currently, I'm working out of my home office in Madison. I have a degree in biology and environmental studies and a law degree, which I've been using for the past 30 years on behalf of the Public Trust. I currently serve as acting chair of the Connecticut Council on Environmental Quality. It's the state agency charged with reviewing environmental impacts from state projects and statewide environmental complaints. I'm also past chair of the environmental law section of the Connecticut Bar Association and a member of its executive committee for about 27 years, I guess now. I've lectured at many of Connecticut's universities and all of its law schools on environmental law. It's my privilege tonight to represent Steve Bishop, Jay Zenario, Laura Downs, and Bill Downs, who in turn are representatives of an impressive array of Madison citizens across town who are concerned about the impacts that this project will have on themselves and the town they love, and in which they have invested. My clients are environmental interveners under the Connecticut Environmental Protection Act 22A19, claiming that the project poses an unreasonable likelihood of impairment to natural resources, specifically impacts to groundwater and downstream receiving wetlands and salt marshes from septic effluent and stormwater, which can be more effectively treated. But my clients' concerns are much more far-ranging than that. They're not just environmental. So while the applicant has recently criticized the intervention petition for commenting on things like inconsistency with the POCD, the Plan of Conservation and Development, that too is completely relevant to my presence here and of course relevant to your job this evening. The intervention and its merits on this application are not separable. They form a cohesive whole that should compel any person of good conscience to deny the application. What I mean by that is that the applicant has chosen to push the limits on every aspect of this application, removing any margin for error. They've maximized the number of units that you could fit on this site. You can't possibly fit another unit. They've gamed the septic system regulations to avoid the application of regulations that would be more protective of Madison's water resources. You'll hear more about that. I'm here tonight with Steve Trinkus, who is a professional engineer, and also with George Logan, who is a wetlands consultant and a soil scientist who will comment more on those specific things. I'm also here with Jeff Sissel, who is a blasting and construction vibration specialist. So the applicant is also deferring the concerns about blasting impacts to some as yet unidentified contractor who will build the project, even though their blasting consultant says that the integrity of the blasting program depends on the integrity of the contractor, who we don't know. They have a haphazard approach to the water supply lines, which serve several families who live in the neighborhood, for which they have presented no definitive plan for ensuring that the water supply to these neighbors will be continuous with sufficient pressure and quality. In fact, they've not proven that their water supply plan, such as it is even legal or it meets the Connecticut Water Company's requirements. Connecticut Water Company has told my clients conflicting things, but basically what they've said is that even at best, the current plans would require an application to PURA for an exception to do something that's non-standard, which is what they've planned. And I'll comment maybe a little bit more detailed on that later. They also currently have no engineered plan to limit dissolved contaminants in stormwater runoff, other than a vague reference to a depression or swale that may or may not serve as a proper biofiltration system. And this was something they just threw in, I think, at the last meeting. They presented an engineer who testified before the Wetlands Agency that this is not a multifamily development, when that's precisely what it is. They have a blasting contractor who says he's confident that the project can be done without mishap, when he himself has been on a project where one of his blasts projected material 3 football fields away into a truck and a building and a couple of bystanders. You'll see more about that later as well. They have a planner who cherry-picked sections of the POCD and then declared that you should look favorably on the project because, in his opinion, it's what the town needs, as if his opinion matters more than the people who live here, whom he said should basically suck it up because they don't like change. The problem with that horrendously inhumane perspective is that my clients are not opposed to change, nor are they afraid of it. What they're justifiably upset about is that the change this proposal presents is not something they consented to. Our government is government by consent of the people. And my clients purchased the properties they have on an expectation that there was certain zoning that was in place. Now, not that you can't change it, but the only reason why what they invested in is subject to this application is because the rules changed on them. In my client's perspective, there was sort of a betrayal of their expectations. They invested money and they invested in renovations. They invested in the places where they decided to live because of what they saw in the zoning. And while it's certainly legal to change the zoning, the way it was done is, there's a notice in the newspaper, and I'm sure my opponent would say that, hey, yeah, there was a notice in the paper, there was a hearing, and it was passed according to law. Of course, when you publish something in the paper and you say section 3.2.4 of the regulations is going to allow for small cluster developments, most people's eyes glaze over except for the attorneys. And so the way you really get consent of the governed in this kind of a situation where you're going to make a fundamental change to a single family neighborhood is by sending out a notice to each of the potentially affected families, because they're easily identifiable when you do that kind of a change, and say, hey, this is what we propose. And I suspect had you done that, the answer would have come back very swiftly and politely, but it would have been very definitive in saying, no, thank you, we would rather not. But instead, the regs changed, and now they're here telling you that this is changing the faith they placed in the town to protect their investment. The Downs even paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to purchase a slice of the Ledge's property to keep it from being developable under the existing regulations. Of course, then the regulations changed so that didn't matter. They put their money on the table on a reasonable assumption. So one can't blame them really for feeling betrayed by their community, not to mention their neighbors. The neighborhood doesn't like this, not because they're people of limited vision who don't like change. They don't like this project because it jams too many units into a single family neighborhood that's noted as the heart and soul of Madison. The applicant presented an appraiser who used a project that hasn't even been completed yet, the General's residence, as his example of why he believes the project won't harm property values. They presented to you a site plan on which they only depict one of the wetland setbacks, not the setback for the wetland that exists to the southeast on the Gagnon property. And then they complained heartily they were denied access to it after trespassing to get access to it. The applicants attacked the credibility of the Historical Society. They've suggested that the neighbors were a conniving group of schemers because they hired an engineer before the meeting with the applicant, before the application was filed, which actually wasn't true. They actually met first and then they hired the engineer after they determined that they didn't like what they heard. I suppose I won't even address the rant about social media posts that went on earlier. I could go on, but the point is this application has been sloppy. They've revised and they've revised again the application, not because they were responsive to public comment, but because the deficiencies and missing data were pointed out. They initially thought this would sail through, I suppose, so they slapped together a project and have been plugging holes as light gets shined more closely on the design. My point is not to be petty, but to demonstrate that if the attention to detail is not there, then reliance on their overconfident predictions is just not justified. Now, part of your charge tonight on a special permit is section 4.4.2, which is to preserve the public health, safety, convenience, welfare, and the property values of surrounding areas. That makes your charge this evening very broad, broader than that of the Wetlands Commission, far broader than that of ACCA, in fact, broader in scope than any other commission. So while the applicant predictably trumpets that they received an approval with conditions from Wetlands, which, by the way, is on appeal, and ACCA finds the project perfectly pretty, planning and zoning must take into account the broader interests of the community and the environment. This is a special exception. This is not something to which anyone has a right. Special exceptions are something to which you have reserved the greatest amount of discretion to determine whether or not the special exception in this instance is appropriate. So and of course, our position is that it's not appropriate here. Largely what we've heard to date is evidence that what the applicant originally submitted was grossly incomplete and inaccurate. For example, their engineer originally testified before the Wetlands Commission that with regard to the removal of rock, that there may be some activity that requires disturbing about 1,300 to 2,000 square feet. And that's far more than is currently being claimed. Of course, then he testified in the last hearing that he was just being conservative. He wasn't mistaken. But conservative means you understood the calculations you were making and you added a particular safety factor, a percentage. But if you're being wrong by a factor of 10 and then you refuse to admit it and you just say, oh no, I was being conservative, that's different altogether. Which is why 4 months later, we're seeing extensive changes with additional data. In fact, something I think was filed just this afternoon from the blasting expert. And this is how many meetings later? I think this would be the 5th public meeting or public hearing between wetlands and P&Z. And we see offers to fix problems through conditions that will happen later if only you just give them an approval. That kind of deferral is really not appropriate for some of these problems. For simple minor technical issues, it might be, but a prime example of this problematic approach is the water service to the farmers and the Downs families. You've heard testimony from both sides that directly conflicts with no way to resolve that conflict other than arbitrarily. It's the applicant's burden to present sufficient and substantial evidence that the permit should issue. So it's the applicant's burden to show that the water supply to neighboring properties that currently flows in ample quality and quantity will continue to do so throughout the project and thereafter. That's a matter of convenience, which is part of your burden under 4.4.2. This, and convenience is probably an understatement for what that means. Water supply is fundamental to being able to live in a house. This requires proof from Connecticut Water Company before the permit issues, not as a condition of it, because it's too easy to let the eventual developer handle this issue, leaving the neighbors with a wholly unacceptable water insecurity. Let me be clear. You would not have seen any of these data on stormwater calculations, rock removal volumes, steep slopes, soil reports, and E&S control details unless the interveners had inquired into them and pointed out that there was omitted information. Applicant would likely say this is because they're just being responsive to public comment. But even before they heard any of the community's concerns, they dismissed the public's comments as amateurish. Mr. Guskowski arrogantly dismissed the neighbors' as concerns as quibbles and said they don't like change. Mr. Nucci characterized them as murmurings in the community, which I thought was the understatement of the century. And in March, the applicant engaged in a somewhat shocking rant, which effectively described the intervening neighbors' concerns as a conspiratorial attempt to disrupt the proceedings and to unfairly malign Faith Whitehead, the figurehead the applicant is using to put a kindly face on the application. There would be no need to put any kind of face on it if one was being truly honest. So let's talk about the applicant first. The applicant is a limited liability company, not Faith Whitehead. 856 Boston Post Road, LLC, has been around for all of 7 months and has a Guilford address whose first listed member is Bill Pite of Old Saybrook. Faith Whitehead and Alexandra Pite are the other members. We haven't seen anything or heard anything from Bill Pite during any of these proceedings. And Faith Whitehead and Alexandra Pite have 1 foot out the door of Madison. My clients, in contrast, are people who invested in Madison, will continue to invest in Madison, and will be here to experience all of the impact that this project brings to their neighborhood. My clients are not politically connected. They're just folks who pay their taxes and go out being solid citizens. Now, yes, I know they put up some cheeky signs and banners that the applicant complained were menacing them, but a little civil disobedience is called for when your neighborhood is about to irreparably change forever, don't you think? Most importantly, my clients are relying on you, the members of this commission, to protect their investment, not as an investment per se, but as a home, a place they chose to live, and a place in which they quite reasonably believed would be a single family neighborhood, in a neighborhood the Plan and Conservation Development describes as the heart and soul of Madison. I kid you not, it's printed right there on page 31 in section 4 of the POCD that this neighborhood is the heart and soul of Madison. That's, I assume, is not a lightly called out attribute of a neighborhood. Certainly don't describe my neighborhood as that. The LLC admitted to my clients that they were planning on selling the project if it got approved. So the people you're hearing from on behalf of the applicant are not the same people who will be building, owning, or operating the project. And if they haven't moved out already, they don't plan to be here to see what happens next. This is important because the applicant who's selling the project will far more easily make promises they don't have to keep. The credibility of the people seeking the permit is only half the story. The other half is the credibility of the people who build and operate this multifamily project. And no one here knows who they are. This too is important because the applicant has held up of all things, the general's residence as the model of why you should and must approve the project, because it's the only other project that was done under these regs. So let's talk a little bit about the model of why you think why they think you should approve this and see how it holds up to reality. First, I ride my bike every morning by the general's residence on my way around town. And currently, the site has uncovered and unseeded stockpiles of soil, which is a violation of their ENS control permits and an erosion hazard within steps to Fence Creek. The neighbors, the Raffertys, have a constantly flooded yard that has a flow of coffee-colored sediment laden water running across it from the project. There's a sediment and stormwater basin that looks like a cesspool covered in green slime, indicative of heavy nutrient loading immediately adjacent to a salt marsh. Another neighbor called me about the music the crew blasts from 7 a.m. all day long at high volume. I could hear it in the background on his phone from inside his home on East Wharf. When he complained to the contractor, an hour later, they switched from high volume rock and roll to blasting Italian opera. Very cute. This kind of responsiveness is what you get from a contractor who probably believes the town will let them get away with it. In section 4.4.2, one of the standards required of a special exception is to preserve public health, safety, and convenience. I noted that earlier. And I note that the applicant has a report from an appraiser who says that because the general's residence is on deposit for high values, that means the ledges will not devalue the neighborhood. First, I would call into question on its face an appraiser who uses pricing data from a project that hasn't even been built, which project is a filthy mess, and none of the units which have been completed, much less sold or occupied. Mr. Nadeau's report is rank speculation. It misses the point. Preserving public health, safety, convenience, and welfare and the property values of surrounding areas doesn't mean that the developer makes money. It means that the neighbors won't lose value or quality of life. Mr. Nadeau uses comparisons to sales data from before the pandemic to ones during. I think pretty much everyone knows that you could put a good roof and an internet connection on a chicken coop in Madison, and in New York would buy it for $25,000 over asking price. Applicant's appraiser fails to normalize his data for these very unusual times. So you must forgive my clients if they don't really trust the promises that this will be a high quality project from which the town will diligently protect them. You must forgive them for questioning every questionable aspect of this project and being afraid that they're being sacrificed for favors to the chosen few whom the small cluster regulations were designed and amended again. I want to tell one little brief story about Robin Phillips, who wanted to find a place for he and his bride to retire and looked everywhere from Virginia Beach to the coast of Maine. And he settled in Madison on the corner of Burnbound Lane and East Wharf Road because of its unique charm. Pity Mr. Phillips, who now lives next to the general's residence, literally a cesspool of pond scum and erosion, who's now faced on the other side of his house with a multifamily development jamming 20 bedrooms onto a single family site with 7 septic systems under the front lawn. Talk about a betrayal of zoning expectations. So let's talk a little bit about the 7 septic systems. Why is that important? Well, the applicant kind of suggested that wasn't really within your jurisdiction. That's within the Department of Health or the Health Department or the Department of Public Health. That's not your worry. Well, actually, your regulations for multifamily development says it is your jurisdiction. Section 26.8.7, wastewater disposal, says that is actually something you should consider. Moreover, it's your concern because you have a coastal site plan before you, which requires you to consider the impacts to coastal resources. And you have a general concern for the general welfare of the community, which includes groundwater quality. And you have a letter that was submitted last time by Professor Skelly, the Frank Osler Professor of Ecology at Yale School of the Environment and Director of the Peabody Museum. And he observed the applicant's trying to circumvent the use of a single unit septic treatment system, which is capable of more effective treatment. So they're using a system that's less effective. And they're doing it to avoid having the state rules kick in, which would kill the project. This I'm quoting from Professor Skelly. The complete lack of concern for Madison's environment is clear when the applicant admits that there'll be 3,000 gallons a day of discharge, while simultaneously insisting that the 2,000 gallon a day trigger for state oversight is based on the design wastewater flow of each individual system and not the sum of the wastewater flows for each system located at a particular site. In other words, they're saying, well, you only can look at each individual site because those are regulated locally, and you only look at each one because it's assumed in the regulations that they're each on a different lot. But when you cram 7 of them together and you say you can only look at each one individually, well, you can't look at the cumulative impact. Frankly, that's just scientifically dishonest. And in fact, what Professor Skelly says, I can assure you, the commission, that our environment will not be able to detect the difference, which is basically to say that if you have 7 septic systems jammed into an area, the effluent that's not treated as well as a combined system might do or might result in is going to be unnoticeable downstream. It's going to be just an additional load of nutrients. So he actually urges you to deny the application. So why would they do this? So the state regulations are designed to protect against pollutant loading from effluent flows. And I gather that they wanted to avoid that additional layer of regulation and that which are actually more stringent, frankly. That doesn't mean that suddenly you don't care or you can't care about the effluent. Steve Trinkus, a professional engineer hired by my clients, will tell you that the effluent will not be effectively treated before it leaves the property. George Logan, a wetland scientist, will echo Professor Skelly's comment that salt marshes are sensitive to nutrient loading. So in order to avoid regulatory review, the applicant chose a system that's going to do more environmental harm. That's the antithesis of a design in the interest of the public welfare or the public trust in the environment, especially this close to the Fence Creek Salt Marsh. Now, you don't have to take the opinion from a Yale professor or even from Steve Trinkus or me. One of those unruly amateurs from the public, Tom Daly, an engineer from SLR, you knew them formerly as Malone McBroom, wrote in as a private citizen to say, while regulations are written to cover the large majority of cases, judgment must be used in the extreme outliers. So he's basically saying this is an exception. Putting 7 leaching fields and their alternates in extreme close proximity is certainly a case for human judgment of the intent and not just the letter of the regulations. And remember that because this is a special exception, you have the ability to look beyond just the letter of the regulations and to do what is right, to do what is protective. And so he said normally there would be a maximum of 4 leaching fields, each on its own parcel in proximity of each other, and they'd be separated by at least 20 feet. And the others would be separated by the width of the lots. And he also noted that another thing that makes this an extreme outlier is the pumping stations. The capacity of the leaching fields will be tested when there's a power outage, say for 5 days, and then the power is restored. The pumping stations simultaneously pump all the stored effluent down into the leaching fields. An enormous system with the pumping stations, or without the pumping stations, there's no buildup of effluent. There's just a random gradual flow of effluent. This is an important point, and this is my point, not his. In order to cram all the 7 systems on the site, they had to make the system dependent on pumping stations in order to remain functional. In turn, those systems are dependent on a continuous flow of electricity. In an extended power outage, my septic system, or any normal septic system, will operate because it operates by gravity. This one will need to be pumped after a day or so. And if there's been a big storm which knocked out the electricity, will the pump truck arrive, or are we going to just have septic effluent jamming up? Are the toilet's going to back up? Mr. Daly also noted that the geometric systems are only guaranteed when the stormwater is not directed to the systems. The site plan shows that they're directing their stormwater into an area where the geometric systems are. Geomatrix, by the way, is an engineered septic system enhancer that usually uses air blowing or additional hydraulic capacity for a system. And if you add water from a stormwater system, it tends to ruin its hydraulic capacity. I know this. I used to represent Geometrix, and did some patent work for them. So I actually know a great deal about geometric systems. So Mr. Daly also noted that the POCD states that protecting water quality will continue to be Madison's most important natural resource preservation priority. Many properties in Madison obtain domestic water from on-site well and discharge of sewage to an on-site septic system. Since even properly functioning health code compliant septic systems discharge nutrients and pollution to the environment, ensuring that individual systems operate effectively, that's an important point. This is the POCD, by the way, I'm quoting. Ensuring that individual systems operate effectively. So this is a system they're presenting to you is less effective than one they could have, but it would just have to operate at a higher level. And then going back to the quote, and that the cumulative impacts of multiple systems are understood is extremely important. So basically, your own POCD tells you that this problem that I'm pointing out, and that Mr. Daly's pointing out, and Professor Skelly's pointing out, and Steve Trinkus will point out, is that it's important. It's extremely important, according to POCD, because cumulative impacts matter, and because individual septic systems on an individual lot often have massive amounts of extra area around them. Whereas when you maximize the number of units and increase the density, and then you use individual septic systems instead of a combined one, you actually overwhelm the capacity of the soil such that by the time the effluent reaches the boundaries of the next property, you're basically discharging not fully treated effluent. So the applicant's chosen to game the regulations in order to avoid environmental responsibility. But this is inconsistent with the POCD. But consistency with the POCD is required under section 4.4C, which says the proposed uses are in accordance with a comprehensive plan, and you're supposed to find that. And if you can't, then you should deny. So that alone would be sufficient for you to deny this application. The applicant's sleight of hand is obvious to anyone who understands the import of what they've done. They shortchange the quality of the environment for regulatory expediency. I get it, it saves them money. That's the essence of unreasonable harm to natural resources, though, because harm that could be avoided or mitigated by using the best available technology is in fact unreasonable because you have an alternative that works better. That's what the Connecticut Environmental Protection Act requires. That's what the special exception regulations require. So I'd like to share my screen for some demonstrative exhibits. And if I could, do I have that, Mr. Anderson, do I have that capability?
Yes, you do.
There we go. All right, so I'm going to see if I can, bear with me a moment while I get my presentation out of the way. Okay, and I'm going to now expand this. Here we go. Okay, so the small cluster development isn't small, neither is it clustered. Under the section that applies here, 4.1.13, the word cluster shall mean the grouping of buildings closely together to allow for open space preservation. And the words cluster development shall mean the planning and construction of a project comprised of one or more clusters. So the septic area over here, which is the front lawn, that's not really open space. That's a septic field. The unit in the front, what they call I think the gatehouse residence, which is actually a euphemism for the unit that we stuck on the front lawn because it couldn't fit in the back. And we wanted the seventh unit, or we wanted the seventh unit so we could get the 20 bedrooms. I mean, that's obviously too long, so they call it the gatehouse. But it's also oriented sideways. It is not oriented like the rest of the houses on Birnbaum Lane. So it's not really even consistent with the architectural vernacular of the neighborhood. Now, the house itself is not small. It's 5,849 square feet. The clusters themselves, the two units here, are not small. They're 4,100 square foot units. So I'd argue that it doesn't even meet sort of the plain language interpretation of the statute or the regulation. Now, the commission shall grant an exception only if it shall find that the uses are permitted in the district, the standards and prerequisites and conditions by the regulations have been met, and the public convenience and welfare have been substantially served. And I pointed out to you earlier why I think at least the public convenience, certainly with regard to the water supply, isn't being met, and the public welfare isn't being served because of the septic systems. And appropriate use of neighboring property will not be substantially or permanently injured. So I would suggest that the neighboring properties, at least you've heard from the neighbors that they believe that cramming a lot of units in the back. Now remember, the back of this property is not just facing woods or a road or something. It's surrounded by other homes. And so the putting the units in back where you can't see them from the road is okay. That's one positive, but everybody in back can see them. So is it injured? Yeah, I think it is injured because you've crammed a lot of units that they wouldn't normally see. And then the proposed uses are in accordance with the comprehensive plan. I've already shown that it's not. Now, unit 6 and 7 are outside the permitted district. And I understand the applicant has some rebuttal to this, so I'd be interested to see that. But it says that 3.2 or 3.12 this only may be located within 500 feet of the D district in this case. So here's the site plan, and you'll see Route 1 and the D zoning district ends at Boston Post Road, and the 500-foot level, and this was drawn by, you'll see by Mr. Trinkus, you'll see the 500-foot level goes parallel to the road and runs right through units 6 and 7. So they're outside of the district. And to clarify, here's your zoning map. It's a portion of it, obviously, but I blew it up. You can see the Ledges site, and you can also see that the district ends, according to your published map, right down the middle of Route 1. Now, if you notice that yellow area below that, that's Birnbaum Lane. And I'll clarify that a little bit more. So according to Connecticut DOT documents, Birnbaum Lane is an improved local road known as Old Boston Post Road. It's maintained by the town of Madison. US Route 1, also known as Boston Post Road, is a separate state highway owned and maintained by Connecticut DOT. Now, this is the Connecticut DOT map of state and local roads. And obviously at this level, you can't see the detail, but I wanted to show you that there's a map with a certain coding that talks about which roads are which. And so here's the coding this is actually the legend that's on that map. And you'll notice here, the purple line is state highways, and the little green one is local improved roads, which is a separate road. So just keep that in mind. Purple is state, local is green. Below up that same state map, and you see purple is state, right in front of where the Ledges is, and you'll see Old Boston Post Road, which is Birnbaum Lane, is a local road. And you'll see they are actually separate roads. And I have a copy of a letter from 1974 from the DOT to the town of Madison, in which they talk about, and I won't read the whole thing here, but basically what it says is that Old Boston Post Road number 3, which is the section that is Birnbaum Lane, it was listed in their town road inventory, and it is on the most recent Madison Town Roads map. So that 500-foot boundary was something that's in your regulations. It's a objective standard, and it hasn't been met. Now, the project also exceeds the number of attached units. And reading your regulation, the maximum number of attached units is no more than 2 units may be attached together. And of course, it doesn't apply to existing buildings. So the Ledges home that's existing on the site can have 2 units attached. So taking the regulation at its face value, you have the exempt Ledges home, which is 2 units, or will be, or is proposed to be. And then you have units 3 and 4, I think. No, 4 and 5, which are attached. And then you have another set of attached. One of them would be allowed. The other, you now have 4 attached units. So it only says you can have 2. The project exceeds the density requirements. This one's even more important. The maximum density is 1 dwelling unit per 10,000 square feet of buildable land. You've seen this calculation before. And basically it says you take out tidal wetlands and watercourses and slopes of inclines of 25%. There's no wetlands. So it really comes down to what is a slope with inclines of 25% or greater. Using the aerial maps produced by the South Central Regional Council of Governments, you'll see that they actually have LiDAR data, which is their penetrating radar that actually does sort of an X-ray of all the properties. And you can actually calculate from this, what is a steep slope that's beyond the 25%. And Mr. Trinkus will tell you a little bit more about how he did that calculation. And you'll see actually at the center of the site, you can see the large ledge area. And in back, you can see the area of ledge in the corner that was actually excavated to probably do some of the landscaping on the site. You'll also see the ledge that needs to be blasted from this perspective. There's also a topographical map that the South Central Regional Council of Governments produced, which is even a little bit more detailed. This ledge site is in the middle. I didn't outline it, but you can see that large area of ledge, and you can see the area of ledge in back. And from that, you can actually calculate the steep slopes. So the reductions for not buildable land. Site's what it is. The area beyond the 500 feet, which certainly you can't build this project in, is 5,500 square feet. The site ledge, which includes inclines of 25%, is approximately 13,035 square feet. results in a buildable area of about 60,000. That doesn't include the exposed ledge at the southwest corner, which is another 4,300, which is also not buildable. That brings the buildable land area down below 60,000 square feet to about 55,000. You can't fit that many units in that square area. That's under that buildable area calculation. And I'll have Mr. Trinkus detail that a little more. So therefore, the project exceeds the coverage limits. The maximum lot coverage is 15%. Based on the preceding analysis, it's about 17%, or a little bit more. Another objective standard that hasn't been met. The project is also not compatible with surrounding uses. The purpose of the cluster development is to address the need for smaller and more diverse housing choices. I would argue to you that this is not diverse. It is $1 million units within a neighborhood of $1 million units. Diverse would suggest that it would be more economically diverse. And it also needs to be compatible with surrounding traditional single-family residential development. Well, it's not. It may look somewhat similar in architectural design, but the sizes of these units are enormous, and they're all in very close proximity to one another, jammed into the back of the property so that they could fit the septics in the front. If they had restrained themselves to some degree, they could have put fewer units in the back and then fit a septic that would actually be workable in the front. Or they could have spread the units out a little bit more. So what they did is they crammed as many possible units as they possibly could. Now that may be maximizing your regulatory advantage, but it's not in the spirit of a special exception. It's certainly not single family, it's multifamily, it's not traditional. It's a cul-de-sac of snout houses. The snout houses are actually not even a New England kind of thing. It's a mid-Atlantic thing where if you have a really narrow lot and you can't fit the house in the garage, you stick the garage in front like a snout of a pig. That's why they call them that. The ledge is not smaller, 4,100 square foot duplexes. And as I said, it's not diverse. Now there's also the domino effect. And I mentioned this before, and the applicant kind of dismissed this with some bit of arrogance. And I thought it was really interesting. What they said is, oh, no, there's only 2 lots that apply. But the very example that they keep running back to is the general's residence. And the general's residence was an assemblage of 2 parcels. In other words, neither of those lots, I think, would have complied on their own, but they combined them and then it did comply. It did fit within the size capacity. So why couldn't that happen anywhere else? It can. That's the problem, is that once you do this over at the general's residence, once you do it at the ledges, then there's an incentive for the next person to combine a couple of parcels and do it again and again and again until this neighborhood no longer exists as the heart and soul of Madison. And I think that's an important point. It's more qualitative, but it's an important point. This isn't like there's only 2 projects that can happen and the door closes after that. They might like that to be the case, but it's not. I guarantee you that people are already eyeing the possibility of combining parcels and making more units. And I believe one of my clients actually kind of ran the numbers. I think there's like another 39 units that could be made if you start combining parcels. So the effective density of this project in back is 8 times that of the surrounding homes. And if you compare that to an R2, the application will erode a signature neighborhood. Madison's plan of conservation development, as I noted, Madison Center is considered by many people to be the heart and soul of the community. Many of the uses, activities, and events located there are treasured by residents of the community and recognized regionally. The residents have clearly indicated they appreciate and want to preserve the character of Madison Center. So the application doesn't respect that. It basically, this is a state, scenic designated road. And they stuck the house on the front lawn. They didn't have to do that. That was a gimme. They wanted to get that 7th unit. That wasn't necessary for the design. They put it on the front lawn because they wanted the other unit. It didn't need to be there. So if nothing else, the gatehouse, the one they stuck on the front lawn that they stuck sideways because they couldn't face it forward, and then it is actually the one that is probably the most disrespectful of the architectural vernacular and the existing neighborhood. Now, you can shake your head, but that's reality. Other people disagree with that. It's surrounded by historic homes. And the POCD says most people who chose to live in Madison are attracted by the unique character and ambience of the community and the quality of life. My clients in particular were attracted to that neighborhood for what it was and hopefully what it will remain. And the POCD also said the town should make every possible effort to retain and protect the character assets because these are assets important to the residents. And frankly, you've heard from the residents. And there's, I don't know how many people in the wings who are here to talk about that. The application doesn't follow the DVD regulations, 30.9, which says maintain an existing single family residential density pattern in Madison. And the map of the regional plan of development depicts the site of the ledges and the surrounding neighborhood is requested of a change from growth area to a neighborhood preservation. In which the regional plan of development actually says this is an area that's supposed to be preserved, not changed. I think what's going on is the opposite of that. Now, this is an article from the Register Citizen up in Winstead, Torrington area. Sometimes blasting goes wrong. You've heard a lot from the blasting expert, Mr. Hosley, and he has assured you up and down that this can be done safely without incident. But I'm going to pull up an article here where, if I can, in Winstead, the operator on that site was Rick Hosley, and he was doing blasting at this site up in Winstead, and it sent rock flying through the air. Let's see, like a dart for some reason. The sudden rock shower sent many employees ducking and searching for cover. The waste management building received some damage. Rocks, sometimes 3 times the size of a softball, crashed right through the building. Many vehicles, both personal and company, sustained damage to their windows and body, and one employee was hit in the leg by a rock. But thankfully, he refused medical treatment, so it probably wasn't that bad. And they estimated that rocks flew as far as 300 yards away, the length of 300, 3 football fields. And this woman who they interviewed said, it was like our own personal meteor shower. My nephew was grazed in the face, and my nephews today were talking about the fact that they could have died yesterday. They're a little traumatized. I think she's got a really strong constitution. And so in that case, Mr. Hosley didn't actually, I assume he was just as confident when he did that project as when he talked about this one. And he said it could be done without incident and it's all okay. I'm sure he didn't intend for this to happen, but he was the guy on this project. And what's interesting is he won't be the blasting contractor on the ledges because they're going to sell this project to somebody else. But he's telling you that he's reviewed it, it can happen, and it's all good. But my point here is not that Mr. Hosley is a bad guy, but that the level of confidence he has expressed, the utter confidence that absolutely nothing will happen here to injure or destroy or damage the existing properties is just not justified, because even when you do your best planning, even when you have a guy like Mr. Hosley on the job, things go wrong. Ultimately, this is the wrong project for the site. It's too dense. It's too many multifamily units. It's too large. It's too far beyond the district. There are too many impacts to neighbors and wetlands. It's too much ledge that you're going to have to blast. And it just maximizes too many aspects of the project. And most importantly, it does betray the existing residents' expectations that zoning will protect them and their investment. They were here first. And I'm not saying that you can't do something with the site that's even more than just selling it. You could put a unit, maybe a unit or 2 in back, but putting 7 units, 20 bedrooms does erode the heart and soul of Madison. And I don't think that is, frankly, fair, nor is it appropriate. I appreciate the I know I went a little bit longer than I intended to, but I appreciate the patience that you've shown. I'd like to introduce Mr. Sissel, who is our blasting and construction vibrations expert. He's got some comments that he'd like to make, and I'll turn it over to Jeff.
Good evening, folks. My name is Jeff Sissel, licensed professional engineer, board certified forensic engineer from National Academy of Forensic Engineers. And I live in 39 Fox Hill Drive in Clinton, Connecticut. And I'm sharing my screen I'm out in Long Island today. And so hopefully there's a motorcyclist or car running by every once in a while, so you might hear a little feedback that is unintentional, but unfortunately I can't stop it. By way of experience, been a professional engineer for 35, 40 years, I guess now. And I was a town engineer in Clinton for a number of years. And then I had a site engineering and environmental permitting site design engineering firm, started in 1991. Continued doing that through about 2002 to 4 or so. And then around 2001, I started doing forensic type of work, and that's where I've been concentrating my efforts, since then. As far as blasting goes, I've had a number of projects that when I was in the town of Clinton, we had a number of projects that we did. There was water main that went through Boulder Lake and down Nod Road. And we had a lot of concern about how much rock it's going to be, because clearly it's a major cost. Indian River Recreation Complex was another very rocky place, and we needed to know how much rock there was and where we were going to put it. And so we found a way to do that quite easily, or efficiently, I should say, is by using an air track to probe for the rock in a grid pattern, so we knew exactly what we had to deal with. Part of the issue is when you blast rock, it swells 70 to 80%, and so what might be 500 yards in the ground is going to be closer to 800 to 1,000 yards out of the ground, and so you have to have a place for that. Going forward, there's a number of other projects that I had as well, where it was a lot of blasting. There's a quarry in Clinton that I worked with, and doing a site development plan there, and then just a number of other projects. And again, we use very similar techniques. Around Boulder Lake, as I mentioned, we probed every 25 feet along the road, so we got a good profile of the rock. And then we had good blasting plans, because we didn't really have any damages, and we know exactly where we were and how to avoid having problems in the field. So we paid a lot of attention to that. Fast forwarding, I'm now doing a lot of forensic work, working a lot with insurance companies and carriers. And one of the complaints that frequently comes up is construction defects, blasting complaints, construction vibrations. And, it's a fairly regular problem that comes up. And so, I've studied how to address that. And, I can tell you some of the problems that come with when you're trying to investigate those. The information that is like pre-blast surveys are not readily available. I've had to have attorneys subpoena that information because they wouldn't make it available. It was a work product by the contractor, and they wouldn't provide it. So we had no baseline from which to go from. And I think that's the fairest way to understand it, what the extent of any damage or non-damage is. Anyways, to go forward from there, this project, we spent quite a bit of time. I spent quite a bit of time looking at the proposal. Took a look at some of the plans and projections of the rock quantities. And I also took a look at some of the other properties that were on the immediately adjacent to it. And I prepared a brief presentation that I'd like to share with you and go through some of the things that I found. My purpose is, neither for or against this project. All my interest is to try and protect the residents in the area from having to experience blasting claims or vibration claims and damages. And so I think the more information, the more transparent that information is provided, I think the more likely outcome will be, at least it'll be a fair and equitable appraisal as to what the extent of the damage is, and so that it isn't this long drawn out process with a lot of people getting angry. And apparently this is already a project that already has raised some angst among the neighbors. So it's certainly going to be under a microscope, and hopefully I could provide, the commission with some of my experiences and some of my recommendations as to what typically happens. Just to briefly, when a construction claim or a vibration claim comes through, the people will call their insurance company, or they'll try and file a claim against the contractor that's responsible, or who they think is responsible for the claim. Typically, that's denied based on certain parameters that they use that are fairly generous in the contractor's favor. And then they file a claim with their personal carrier. And so then, since the adjuster is not really equipped to handle, the science and investigation of these things, they call an engineer like myself to figure that out. And we go through a process, and it's somewhat arduous. And one of the things we frequently don't have access to is what were the pre-blast surveys, if any, and because that would certainly eliminate probably 80% of the potential claims that might exist. It is a fairly common issue that some people might find cracks they never saw before, because all of a sudden they feel the vibrations, and so they're going to think that there's some damage. And so I think it's incumbent on the commission to perhaps insist on pre-blast surveys, not only for the blasting, but also for the construction vibrations that take place. One of the claims I did have some experience with was right in your backyard, right across the street from the ledges, and it was the Madison Historical Society. And when they were putting in the Liberty Bank, I believe they were paving the parking lot next to it, and the vibrations from the compactor caused a lot of vibrations to the structure there. And I don't recall all of the extent of the losses a number of years ago, but I do recall that there were a number of objects that fell over and fell off the wall, and I suspect that there were some cracks as well. And that's a fairly low vibration intensity, but there's a lot of them, and so that's why I bring up the construction vibration issue here. I believe I sent a copy of a report that was done by one of my colleagues at the National Academy of Forensic Engineers that looked into this issue with respect to antique structures, which you have a number of in relatively close proximity. So hopefully you can review that in your decision making and provide a fair and equitable set of conditions and recommendations to proceed with this project. And so with that, I'd like to be able to share my screen, and I'll bring up my presentation. Okay, can people see my screen? I guess that'd be the first question. I'm not a wizard on it, Zoom. So.
There should be a button at the base of your screen. It says share screen. It's green.
I think I did that.
There you go.
Okay. All right. Come on. This is why I didn't go into computers.
How's it going?
Okay, trying to make this larger, but I'm guessing that my bandwidth here is not that great. Here we go. I'm going to do this simply. So that's the first one. One of the things I did is I took an aerial and I try to superimpose approximately a 200-foot radius around some of the blasting sites that were identified, and results in this picture here. Be happy to provide this. I know I sent a copy to Keith, but it's 16 megs, so I'm not quite sure if it's going to be able to be shared readily, but I could find a way to perhaps get it to the planner and make it available afterwards. I'd be happy to. From there, I went and took a look at some of the structures in the area. I wasn't able to visit all of them, but I did visit a few of them. And I think that's 850, I believe that's 870 and 880. And those are kind of important in that they're going to be fairly close to where the septic line, the two structures over here are going to be close to the septic line blasting. And then this gentleman here at 850 is going to be close to where the driveway is going to be constructed, as well as some of the blasting. And I tried to put some of the distances that were, that was able to scale off. This is a 200-foot scale drawing. This came from Google and just left a 200-foot piece there. And Bushnell Lane, I believe, is where this is. And so the ones that have this orange part, there's a piece of rock here. Matter of fact, the rock that the house is sitting on also flows underneath the basements and the backyards of these two homes here. Exactly how far, how deep it is at the 850 house, I'm not sure. And then you have Mr. Downs' house in the back here. And the blue line is trying to represent approximately where the water line, I believe, is intended to go. And again, that's going to be, through some rock outcrops to, in order to get it deep enough to satisfy the water company's requirements and get it below the frost line. I took some photos out there just to give you a little bit more perspective, see what it actually looks like. This is 850, and you can see where the driveway is. I'm sure you've probably seen this. You've probably driven by it hundreds of times. It's only about 30 feet, so there's going to be a fair amount of work that's going to be done close to here. This is an antique structure. Antique structures are certainly much more vulnerable than some of our newer construction housing and foundations. And and it's the fragile plaster typically is one of the areas that typically will crack. It's unlikely that the construction vibrations would do damage to the foundation of these structures, but you get the collateral damages, which start with things like cracked plaster, things falling off walls and shelves, and then goes up to cracking some walls. And you have to go through most of those steps before you're going to find and damage continues to escalate, as I'm sure Mr. Housley would attest to. Most of the information is available through the Bureau of Mines. The next photo shows approximately the edge of where the driveway is going to go, and there's a fair amount of ledge that I don't believe has been identified in Mr. Housley's plan. And part of the reason I'll go into later, but then I think he's working off contour maps where there's discrepancies. And I believe it's Ledges Rock Area Plan. So that's why I put this red line here. His green markings indicate that the blasting is going to stop somewhere beyond the stairway area, fairly up this hill. And I'd be very, very surprised if that would happen. And then this rock ledge that I'll call it a spine, for lack of a better word for it at the moment, but this is the same one that goes underneath the adjacent homes. This is 870. It is also an antique structure, and you can see this ledge outcrop here that's right behind her house. And actually, part of her foundation is resting on that same rock outcrop just on the other side of her property line, is approximately 10 to 12 feet away from the center of the stone wall, is where they're planning to put the sewer lines. 7 different sewer lines through a trench. And you'll see that there's a fair amount of blasting that's going to be needed to go there. This house is over 100 years old. It's got plaster walls and ceilings. And I think the next photo, I believe, will give you an idea. Well, this is taken from the property, shared property line, the stone wall. And the area approximately in here is where that water line is supposed to come through. And you can see the rock outcrops right there. And at some point, either they're going to have to add fill or they're going to have to blast deeper than what you see here. So this is fairly deep trench is going to be needed there, is what my suspicion is, or they're going to have to add a fair amount of fill to get rid of the, to bury the pipe. This is some photos underneath 870 Boston Post Road. You can see she went through the trouble of skim coating over the ledge there. And but you can see it's fairly shallow there and it slopes up. The left side shows you perspective from more or less the center of the house and slopes up, and a lot of her, the foundation is resting on that rock directly. And you have some columns also that are resting on that rock. And then the front of the house is going to be in a different material. And I always get concerned when you have about differential settling, when you have one thing on rock solid ground and then something on sand, and you start adding some vibrations or settlings, to the thing, or some vibrations even, which will promote some settling. And I could, always makes me wonder if it's going to add a little bit too much stress. So it wouldn't surprise me that that would happen. And that's, part of the reason why I think it's very important to go in and make sure you have excellent pre-blast surveys and monitoring. And we'll go into that further in a moment. This is some projected blasting areas. On the left, you have the plan, the Ledges Rock area plan, and the basis for this plan, I believe, probably used NGVD datum. And so you had numbers like 34 or 36, whatever. And the one on the right is some kind of an assumed datum, I guess, for lack of a better word. And so it was a little bit of a challenge to understand whether or not what was going on between the two of them. But with the site plan, I was able to kind of get a pretty good idea of where I would suspect to find ledge problems. And the green part here is where was identified as where the rock blasting would take place. One of the things I wanted to point out that there's some discrepancies in the contours between these two. And I put this transit icon in a couple areas that are significantly different than what is shown to the right. So the right plan is the one that I believe was submitted sometime around middle of May to late May. And I'm not sure when this was, what map this was, what plan this was based on. But there's, as you can see where the contours here are all kind of uniformly distributed here. And on this one, it's showing, rock outcrop and with a steep, proclivity. And quite honestly, I think the LiDAR methodology is probably the most accurate way to assess ground contours today. The old-fashioned way of doing survey plans using rods and GPS and what have you, you just can't get enough, you can't get the same density as you can with LiDAR. LiDAR is phenomenal that way. Where you see the red symbol, or ellipse, and yellow background, it's areas that I identify as likely having rock blasting issues. And I'll start on the left top here. There's some, this area here is all ledge, unless they're planning, and don't believe that was from the site plan finished grades. It's not what I was able to assess or discern, I should say. that they're gonna have to blast that in if they're gonna get the same contours that they're projecting here. If they start to fill, then of course you've got to, there's a little bit of concern about, where the water is gonna go and whether or not they're gonna, cause an issue with the neighbor next door. Down in the bottom here, I thought that was a little bit small, or short. You have sloping rock faces, and you've got a fairly small area in green up in the top. Yet, I don't know how you put that driveway in with the rock being taller than the grade of the garage entrance. So I suspect that there might be some more rock that's going to come out of there. I also believe that there's going to be more rock that's going to have to come out in this section here, based on the contours and where the location of the finished grade contours over here on the right are certainly indicating that getting that driveway over there is likely going to hit ledge. From what I could see from the neighbors to the west, it certainly looked like ledge outcrop, immediately adjacent to that stair area there. Continue on to the next one. Again, this is the Ledges Rock area map. Contours on the back here are a little bit different than what I was able to find over here on the current site plan. And when I took a look at some of the other utilities and where these structures are going, as I recall from, I believe the architect said these are, at least they're going to have crawl spaces. So a crawl space is going to need approximately 4 feet to the bottom of the footing from the first floor elevation, actually probably a little bit more than that, probably closer to 5. But regardless, I'm finding areas here that based on the elevations provided, I'm not, and from my observations, I don't know how they're going to find 5 feet of soil there unless they didn't note any test pits done there to indicate that that's what you're going to have. But I would certainly take the over on this bet that there's going to be a lot more than what was projected. And I think Mr. Osley unfortunately had the wrong map to work from here, which handicapped him to some extent. The back of the garage footings, as you can see in some of the numbers I have here. So TT is just a shortcut for saying top of tank. It's an estimated. Usually the tanks are going to be a foot below grade in round numbers. The bottom of that, even if you use the low, the short tanks, they're wider and longer, and so you don't need as much height. You're still going to need, I'm projecting about a 4.25 or about almost 4.5 foot flat spot in order to put that tank. Existing grades there are 110, 116, 110. And so I suspect there's, I'd be very surprised if you're not going to find rock within that profile. And I did the same thing for each of these other areas. I believe this area here is another septic tank. The bottom is going to be 100.75 round numbers, and existing grades are between 104 to 106. I'd be very surprised if you're going to find 5 to 6 feet of soil there without having to blast some of that out. I also find the same issue with this side of the building here. I believe that there's going to be rock found there. And again, at top of the foundation is 114. Bottom of footing, I'm seeing 110, and I think I'm being top of the footing, I guess, or top of the foundation. I think that's top of the foundation, what I'm using there. Going 4 foot down for round numbers, and what we have is 106 to 118, and I'd be very surprised if they're not going to encounter rock in that area. Maybe not the full extent, but certainly a portion of that circled area. The back of these garage footings, I believe you're going to find the same thing. Again, your garage footing is going to be somewhere around 112. Existing grades are 117 and 120, so you're expecting at least you need 8 feet of excavation, and I'd just be very surprised given that this that entire building, existing building is sitting on a rock pile, ledge outcrop. And this is, I guess this is your infiltration system that was moved from another location. And in this area here, it just, and I'm not sure, I didn't take a look and see what the depth of the chambers that they're using there, but I used 2 feet just for something to work with. And, I came up with an area that I would suspect is going to give them some problems, potentially running into, some ledge outcrops, where I've got the top of the, I call it the tank, it's a chamber, and the bottom you've got 109, and we have elevations 107 to 118. And again, I'd be surprised if you can get down that deep. Possibly if it was blasted out before and it's all talus and fill, perhaps that's what's left there. But again, it's an area of concern in terms of whether or not blasting would be needed there. And then this part of the foundation up here, I was looking at, and I think I'd be a little bit more generous than Mr. Osley here. Just given the fact that you've got, you're going to need at least 4 to 5 feet of room in order to put the crawl space in, and I don't believe it's got that there. There's contour issues that I saw here between here and on the side here, but that's a sidebar. I'd be a little bit surprised if you're not going to find a little bit more rock. It seemed like it was more. Seemed like it was a lot more exposed rock than what would be indicated by this plan here. And perhaps that LiDAR map would shed more light on that. I unfortunately didn't have a chance to take a look at that. And then the bottom of, I believe that's a tank there. So the top of the tank is at 109. Used the best guess of 104.75 for the bottom. And I'd be surprised again, because behind this structure here, right around in here, I found a ledge outcrop, and I believe that ledge outcrop is all part of the same spine of rock as it's found under this area here. And it's a little bit hard to see, but what I was able to see, I mean, there's a fair amount of ledge outcrop that can be observed along this area, and that's fairly close to the rear building. I think it's building 2. And here you can see the ledge outcrop that was behind the building. Now, this is not on their property. However, you can see it's a fairly flat shelf, and the contours that you see in the site plan I certainly would suspect. I'm not sure if I believe you see some little humps in this area, and that I'd be very surprised you're not going to find fairly shallow rock throughout this area right through here. One of the things I'm just going to, is kind of a side note here, is that I saw that they're planning to put their rainwater discharge into here. One thing is, I hope that all of the downspouts from the buildings themselves is directed there. However, they've created somewhat of a bathtub here. There's really no way for this water to go but out in this direction. And I'm not quite sure you're going to find that there's a lot of ability for it to flow through the soils there. Hopefully there's enough fissures and cracks and fractures in the rock to make that water go, disappear. We already talked about that. So then we come down to blasting considerations. So you have a number of antique structures, as I showed in one of the earlier figures, that are close. 3 of them are within 200 feet. Some of them are antiques. Some of these antique structures are actually partially built on the same rock formation as being blasted. There's a number of other residential properties within 300 feet. Madison Historical Society buildings, some a little bit less than 400 feet. the blasting area planned by the applicant is based on a plan that's substantially different than the latest grading plan. The latest grading plan with building elevations and likely utility locations such as septic, water, water mains, etc., add substantially more volume and locations than projected by the applicant. We haven't talked much about the old cast iron. My understanding is it's over 100 years old. It's going to be fragile, and it's certainly not outside the realm of possibility and approaching probability that blasting and construction vibrations may disturb it. And, hooking up the new line to that, in my opinion, that needs to be tested. You won't know what the competence of that existing line is unless you do a proper test. Proposed blasting plan to be designed, executed, and monitored by a blasting company. I think there's a conflict of interest there. There's ways of setting up the machine, so it may not be as responsive as you're supposed to do. And I don't know who's going to be monitoring that. And I'll have recommendations in the next slide. I don't believe your town staff, town engineer, fire marshals are going to be in a position to be able to supervise the blast, nor would they be able to really likely understand what a good design plan is and what one wouldn't be. I'll further state that I sent an article and it talked about lower standards. Typically, the blasting standards are, if you get 2 inches per second at I think 10 or 20 hertz, then they're good. But there's a body of work that's suggesting otherwise, and I would highly recommend that you look at that article, and I believe the number is more like 0.3 inches per second at 10 or 20 hertz. And, and I know 0.5 is frequently used as well. Some common damages from blasting construction operation are typically cosmetic damages. It's I've had maybe 2 cases that I've looked at where there's actual structural damage, and typically that's going to come with cosmetic damages and a host of other things, windows broken, diagonal cracks and walls, and a number of other things, things falling off shelves. And it's kind of a cascading thing of problems and defects that happen depending on how severe the blast damage is. But anyways, I would be surprised that any of the residents would actually experience anything, very severe that would cause structural damage. However, repair costs can be quite expensive. Having experience with the insurance companies, it's surprising how much a claim would go for. However, it usually doesn't rise to the level where you're going to end up, it usually doesn't rise to the level where you're going to hire an attorney and go through the process, and an engineer and go through the process of litigating something to try and collect that, what you believe is a response, or what you believe, or what the residents may believe is caused by the blast. So that's why I've got some recommendations for you as well. And construction vibrations are similar as well. And I've actually had several of them where it was surprising. And one of the Madison Historical Society sustained some minor damages from the compaction that was done there. There was one case where I had groundwater conditions that caused that wave to, because I had no other explanation. It was actually there, experiencing the vibrations to the walls, and could see the objects tilting, and that were on the pictures. They were tilting on the wall, and the thing was over 200 feet away. And so the only thing I could find out is that they were actually working below the groundwater table, doing a compaction. and, they had it dried, but those vibrations were transferred by by the water. You're likely to get complaints from that. People will feel it. Their antenna will be raised, and it may not be intentionally trying to claim something that they knew existed before, because sometimes they may not know it's there. And that's what the value of having an extensive pre-blast survey is. Here's some of my recommendations. I would highly recommend that you do a pre-construction survey of all the structures within 400 feet of the blasting, and older structures. I think I might have messed that up. It was just, anyways, within 400 feet of the blasting. And 200, okay, and older structures within 200 feet of proposed construction, compaction, and other vibration inducing equipment. I'd recommend having test probes done in the planned areas of construction, so you can actually get an actual ledge profile, and use that as part of your design plan. I think at the moment there's a lot of conjecture as to where, how deep, how much ledge actually is going to have to be blasted. I'm fairly certain that, in my experience, I'd be very surprised not to find problems in the areas that I've identified. And I think it'd be important to do that, so that can be part of your design plan, because now you'll know how close you are and how deep you need to go, and how much charge you're going to need, and how that potential effect may place on the adjacent structures. Clearly, a test blast in several locations to help facilitate a blasting design plan. And that design plan should really be not looking for 2 inches per second at 20 hertz, which I think the Bureau of Mines has used for the longest time. But again, refer to that document that I sent, that paper that was refereed, scientific journal, that suggests numbers of 0.3 inches per second. It may take a little bit longer, but at least it'll have less chance of causing the kind of damages that might be experienced by the neighbors. My recommendation is that the blasting plan, as well as monitoring, is done by a third-party consulting firm. Complete transparency of records for blasting, construction, vibration monitoring, as well as pre-blast survey records. And these records should be available to the public. And I'm basing that on my experience, having difficulty finding that information and being refused access to that, so that I can, properly investigate whether or not there was a valid claim or not. The water service lines that serve the other adjacent properties should be tested for weeks using test pressures that are code compliant after the reconnection construction activities are complete. The water service lines do not meet test standards, then the lines should be replaced. Further, in order to make, to hold their feet to the fire, I know we used to do this in Clinton. We required a cash bond for, that'll keep the incentive to make sure that they comply. I'm not sure what you use for bonding purposes, but I think you should have a separate one to warranty against claims and damages, because I can tell you it's a difficult and arduous procedure to go through, A, the contractor, B, the blasting subcontractor, and then to file a claim with your own insurance company, and try and get resolution. And here's the whys. Blasting and construction vibrations are a necessary result of the construction activities to achieve the proposed development. In my opinion, it's greater than what was shown on their plan, and I've shown you the areas that I believe with the rationale as to why I believe that. The neighbors will detect these vibrations from the construction and the blasting throughout the time that activity is taking place. Accidents and unknown variations can affect even the most well-designed blasting plans. I believe Mr. Osley is aware of that happening. You can't guard against everything. You have execution issues, you have unknowns in the ground. I had one that was a well that was being hydrofracked, and about 40 or 50 feet away from a house, and the extra pressure found a fracture in the rock, and ended up taking a recently built house and lifted it out of the ground, anywhere from 6 inches to a foot around the whole perimeter of the house, creating quite a mess. There wasn't an uncracked wall in the entire house. So it's an unknown. There's things that can happen that you just can't plan and predict. And I think it's important to just, and that reason alone is enough to make sure that you have a post a bond to warranty against those kinds of issues should they arise. And hopefully they don't. And it should not be incumbent on the neighbors to suffer the expense and time required to submit a claim to the insurance company or against the blasting firm to recover potential damages. Most carriers that insure blasting companies use a much higher vibration measurement before they accept responsibility. And I know that for a fact because I've dealt with them. It is my opinion that the quantity of rock removed will be substantially higher than what has been opined, and that there are more areas that will require rock removal than shown. Blasting contractors have an embedded conflict of interest in monitoring their own work. There are antique structures near a high-profile project that has substantial opposition. This project will likely be scrutinized during and after construction. It's my opinion that it is the Commission's duty to not only protect the residents, but also to eliminate or reduce the claims that may result from this activity. It is common knowledge that without a pre-blast survey, persons, I guess I apologize, the English here is not exactly the King's English here. Persons will feel the vibrations typically at much lower than typical threshold levels that cause damage. They will scrutinize their property after they feel that and possibly find some cracks that pre-existed. Some or nearly all of these cracks may not have been noticed prior to vibration events, not due to an attempt to make a false claim, but because this is human nature. This is why I highly recommend pre-blast surveys in a fairly wide distributed area to try and identify each and every one of the existing problems so that should an issue come up, you'd be able to quickly identify whether or not it pre-existed this work and save everybody a lot of aggravation. And that's about all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Sizzle. I'd like to call Mr. Trinkus, our professional engineer, and ask him to give us his thoughts regarding the site plan.
Good evening, Steve Trinkus for the record. I'm a licensed professional engineer from Southbury, Connecticut. I've been licensed since 1988 here in Connecticut. And I specialize in general land development work, projects similar to what the applicant has proposed here. But I also am an expert in low impact development, which is a focus on addressing runoff volumes and water quality of non-point source pollutants that are found in runoff. Dave, if I could ask if I could just share my screen.
Yes, you can.
Okay. I just want to bring up one sheet of the applicant so I can point out certain things on it as I go along. I'd like to first talk about the septic systems. We've heard quite a bit about them already. In the state of Connecticut, systems that are less than 2,000 gallons a day discharge are in the local jurisdiction, your local health department or a regional health district. Between 2,000 and 7,500, the jurisdiction is with the State Department of Health, and above 7,500 is with Connecticut DEP. In speaking with Matt Pollock from the State Department of Health, he admitted that there's I guess a slight conflict in his opinion, because the way DEP looks at their jurisdiction is it's not a single system that's over 7,500 gallons a day. If you have multiple systems on a singular piece of property over 7,500 gallons a day, then you have DEP jurisdiction. Currently, the way the technical standards in the health code are written, the 2,000 gallon a day threshold is for a singular system, not a total gallonage on a particular site. And while the state technically would not have jurisdiction over the site, he did not think it would be unreasonable to have the local health district ask the state health department, Matt's department, to take a look at this particular system, because as has been pointed out previously, this is a lot of effluent. It's 3,000 gallons a day in a very small area. While many of the test pits in the area do show sand and gravel soils, one test pit number 1, which is right here close to Birnbaum Lane, this one calls out modeling at 42 inches. Now, under the technical standards which we design these systems under, when you have a restrictive layer such as modeling, groundwater, or ledge, less than 60 inches below the ground surface, you have to calculate what's called the minimum leaching system spread. And this is a simple calculation that you get 3 factors. You get 1 for the number of bedrooms, you get 1 for the percolation rate, and you get a factor of the depth of the restrictive soil layer versus the land slope. Basically, the deeper the depth of soil and the steeper the land slope, the smaller that number, which is called the hydraulic factor, becomes. You multiply those 3 factors out, and your leaching system length, the length of the actual row here, has to meet or exceed that calculated length. The applicant, I believe at the last hearing, said that they do not believe that this 42 inches in modeling in test pit number 1, they didn't find that in the other pits, and they think it's maybe not relevant. Well, that could be. However, the only way to confirm whether it's valid or not is to do groundwater monitoring within the septic area through the PVC pipes during the wet season, which is February 1st to May 31st in a calendar year, where weekly you pick a day, say Wednesday at 10 a.m., and you read the groundwater during that time for every test pit. And then the highest level of groundwater consistent over a 30-day period becomes your restrictive layer. So without groundwater monitoring, you have to respect this 42 inches. If modeling was observed, it's indicative of potentially seasonal high groundwater here. You have no evidence to say that that modeling is simply incorrect, so it has to be applied. And the reason this is important is it changes the dynamics of the design of the system. When the MLSS, as it's known, is required, you have to be 25 feet from a downgradient property line, not 10. So in this particular, actually, instead of 15 foot. So as the slope of the land is going to the left-hand side of the page and slightly downhill, you'd have to be 25 feet away. So now all of a sudden this area gets smaller that you may not have the room to put in the particular system at this point. In addition, when the MLSS is applicable, you cannot have another system, and I'm going to go from the light brown here to the cyan color. If the MLSS is applied, then this next system has to be 50 feet away, the primary system, from this system over here. We don't have that spacing here. So this is not in compliance with the health code because we don't have enough data to confirm that the modeling is not realistic, and that changes obviously the number of bedrooms. Another interesting aspect is the applicant is for the multifamily buildings, the 3 larger buildings, the existing house and the 2 in the back. Each unit has its own septic tank and or pump chamber. However, it is in one building. I believe the health code, from what I've seen, is really silent on whether this is an acceptable solution to effluent. So this should also be evaluated by the state health department. Additionally, each building, typically when we do, a single family house, and I actually did a project in Bethel where we had multifamily on septic systems. We had 3 duplexes and we had a triplex. Each unit was 2 bedrooms. So a duplex was 4 bedrooms. So each building, the septic system was sized for 4 bedrooms. There was not separate tank and pump chamber for each unit. There was 1 tank, 1 pump chamber, or gravity, depending on where it was on the site. And the system itself, the leaching fields, were sized for the total number of bedrooms in that building. Again, as I said, the health code does not really address this, but this might be okay, but this should be evaluated by the state health department. If the state health department determines that the total number of bedrooms in each building have to be used to design the size of the septic systems, that also changes the whole design up here and may preclude the number of bedrooms that the applicant is proposing from actually being constructed in this particular location. While there is sand and gravel soils out here, it is standard engineering practice that you generally have at least 1 deep test hole in each area of your septic system. There's multiple rows, and these are cited in my letters, where we don't have soil test data. And, dirt can change. It can change sometimes very radically. I've dug test holes since 1988, and, I've seen in 30, 40 feet, the soils change from really well-drained to, silty hardpan soil. So, Mother Nature is not always consistent in how she left the soils on the site. One of the issues I raised was there is an existing well, which is to the bottom of the page from the Gateway residence, which I would believe, according to the applicant, is going to be retained. Well, a question is, what's it going to be retained for, since we have public water coming in here? Because if it's used for any type of potable water use, then it has to respect the 75-foot setbacks to the septic systems or other components. And again, we simply don't know that aspect. In addition, it can also be required by the local health department to do what's called the DEP renovation analysis. Again, while the system is only 3,000 gallons a day of effluent here, you are close to a property line. There's 3 major constituents in effluent. There's phosphorus, there's nitrogen, and there's bacteria and viruses. Phosphorus generally is not an issue, as it will bind to the soil in relatively close proximity to the actual leaching system. However, nitrogen can only be reduced by dilution, and that is the amount of drainage area draining over the system to the down gradient property line. With this large of a septic system here in 3,000 gallons per day in multiple systems, and effectively a very limited drainage area, which only comes up to the ridge line in this area, you will not meet the DEP goal of 10 milligrams per liter at the property line. So you will have nitrogen being discharged through the subsoil and following the topography, generally to the east and ultimately to tidal wetlands. And I will leave that aspect to be more talked about by George Logan as far as the environmental impact. Similarly, bacteria and viruses are required to have a 21-day travel time within the soil. While sand and gravel soils are very suitable for effluent overall, they also have extremely fast permeability rates of 100 to 200 feet per day. So in this particular case, being roughly 15 feet from the down gradient property line, you will not have a 21-day travel time before the viruses and bacteria leave the site. So now you have this material, moving through the shallow groundwater off property that is not controlled by the applicant. So the septics are a major concern in my professional opinion. To just touch on one of the points Attorney Ainsworth made regarding the slope analysis, in the original plans, we took the topography, we took the applicant's drawing, and I put it into AutoCAD and was able to scale it up to the appropriate scale, so everything was dimensionally correct. And then we looked at basically tracing the existing drafted contours on his map in AutoCAD to create my own, what we call surface in the program. AutoCAD has a nice little function where once you've done the ground surface, you can tell it to create shading on slopes greater than 10%, 25%, 50%, and it will just do its magic and it'll give you a nice colored plan. And that's what we did to come up with the area of 25% slopes. Then the applicant submitted these revised plans where now we have a field topographic survey that's based on an assumed elevation of around 100 feet, give or take. It's not exactly what the site contours are. They were a different system originally. And the field topography, where the ledge is, it does show much tighter contours here. Other areas are shown a little bit flatter. So one of the things we do not have to know whether their density calculations are correct is a slope analysis map that simply highlights all the 25% slopes on the site and gives you the area of each of them, and then the calculation can be done. We just have a summary table saying there's X number of square feet of 25% slopes, but there's no mapping data to support that can be evaluated by us or by the town. You just have a line item, saying that there's only so much on the site. The other major issues is stormwater management. The applicant has stated that, from the high point of the driveway, this water coming down the driveway back towards Route 1 is going to be discharged onto the septic area. And again, I think is Tom Daly, who I know formerly from Milo and McBroom and now SLR, raised the concern of, additional water, going over the leaching system. It is generally highly recommended by design engineers that you divert surface water away from the leaching system so that only the effluent is having to be infiltrated into the ground, not additional water. And if you're trying to infiltrate additional stormwater, you may affect the functionality of the septic systems to actually do their job. Also, the applicant's stormwater analysis focuses on the rear of the site. There is no analysis for the northern portion of the site. And that is standard practice to have a stormwater analysis that looks at your entire site. If there's 2 watersheds, if there's 10, you look at all those watersheds under pre and post development conditions. In the post development analysis for the rear portion of the site, there's really, I think, is missing or just not clarified data. In the HydroCAD model, which is a program that many engineers use, including myself, it's modeled on what's called the TR55, which came out of the Soil Conservation Service years ago. It was primarily designed as an agricultural stormwater model and has unfortunately become the model that most of us use for what we term urban hydrology, which is land development projects. Part of that model, you have what's called a curve number, or in the TR55 model, it's called a runoff curve number. This is a value that is based on the type of soil you have, A, B, C, or D, and a different type of land use, from a forest with poor ground cover, fair ground cover, good ground cover, to impervious areas. There are standards for different types of residential development, 1 acre zoning, 2 acre zoning, where there are assumptions within the number based on a typical square footage of impervious area for that particular type of residential development. If your development does not fit into one of the textbook categories, then what you need to do is analyze it separately. And as an example, you would take the roof areas of your buildings. You would take your walkways, you would take your proposed driveways. Granted, they are all impervious cover, but you list them out separately in the model. You also then put your lawn areas in, if you had any wooded areas remaining, and the program then will compute what's called a weighted coefficient, where it's a function of the area versus the curve number, and gives you a proportionate number. Now, in the applicant's analysis, under the existing conditions, the curve number is 69 for this southern end. In the post-development, it's 76. However, in both cases, there is no description as to what the land use type is that generated that particular number. And I would say, based on the pictures I have seen from the applicant and our consultants of the site, ledge outcropping is not, forest, it is not meadow, it is not lawn. That would be considered impervious cover. Because water bounces off ledge rock, it doesn't infiltrate. So we don't know what these curve numbers are based on, and therefore, as the curve number is one of the major aspects of determining how much water is being generated by the site, the numbers the applicant has submitted might be correct or they might be way off. But we simply do not know because there is insufficient information for that. Regarding the stormwater management system in the rear here, we have 1 yard drain here, and then it goes to an underground gallery system. While the applicant has done test pits along I guess would be the southwestern side, the northeastern side is also substantially higher. It's about 3 foot higher. It also is sloping down. I believe we heard at the previous hearing that this southeastern end, the bottom of the system is basically at grade, so it's going to be elevated in fill material. And we don't know the type of fill. It has been claimed that this system is going to infiltrate the water, but we have no analysis to prove that it will actually infiltrate the water. That is done within HydroCAD. It's called a routing analysis. And it's got to be based on an infiltration test done at or below the bottom of the system, because that is the soil layer which is going to actually accept the effluent. On the high end of this system, I guess would be the northwestern end of the system, this is 4 to 5 feet below grade, so that infiltration test would need to be done at that depth or a little deeper, because that's a receiving layer. But we don't know what the type of fill is going to be used here. The applicant said, well, that's kind of a construction detail. And I take the position, again, you need to know what that is now, because the functionality of this system is dependent on that material. Additionally, there is no pre-treatment of the runoff that goes into this system. As there is no pre-treatment of the runoff, this is considered under EPA to be a Class 5 injection well, because you're basically discharging untreated stormwater into the ground. Septic systems, while they could be considered a Class 5 well, there is pre-treatment, and that is the septic tank. In this case, we have no pre-treatment of the runoff. So non-point source pollutants that not only include nitrogen and phosphorus, sediment from sand and organic debris, and you also have metals and hydrocarbons from simply the movement of vehicles on the paved surfaces that will be discharged into the groundwater. As Attorney Ainsworth pointed out earlier, there's been discussions that where the building was in the southern portion of the site near the Gagnon property, that there was going to be a garden or there could be a rain garden here. We have nothing on the plans to show us what is going to be there, how it would be designed, what runoff would it be accepted. Obviously, something in this corner could not be a pre-treatment system for the gallery system, because it is substantially downhill, and water simply will not run uphill at all. One of the things that's made the review rather difficult is many of the site plans, such as this sheet, the applicant is showing both the existing driveway and the proposed driveway. There's no differentiation between the line types. You could use a heavier one for being proposed as an example, but it is very difficult to really ascertain what is going on here because of all of the information on the plans. It was also discussed that there's no curbing on the proposed driveway, and there's spot elevations proposed with grassed areas outside the driveway, and the water is going to follow the spot elevations to get to the yard drain. I will tell you, based on my 40 years of experience of designing these systems, it looks nice on paper. Does it work in the field? Absolutely not. Water will find a given low point in that grassed area along the pavement and will just discharge at that point. If you want to convey water to a singular structure like is proposed here, you really need to curb the driveway and get the water from point A to B, staying within the driveway itself. It simply does not work on grading. There really is not enough grading information to clearly show how the water is going to get from point A to B. On a paved surface, you need at least a 1% slope. 2% is ideal to get the water to go in the direction that you wish it to go. In the stormwater management report, there were no watershed maps that would, show the divide on the site, or the impervious cover within each of the watershed areas as far as that goes. Excuse me for a second here. There was a statement, I believe, at the last meeting that, a fire truck, which generally the largest fire truck that a municipality has is an aerial truck, can come in the driveway, go around this island and come back out. There are programs, AutoTurn being one of them. There's also a program within AutoCAD itself that you can buy. It does the actual full turning movement of the vehicle. You basically draw a line and the truck follows it, in and out. But we don't know if a truck can get in and out of this site with the driveway as proposed. Emergency vehicles, are not your average, vehicle. While they are moving slowly, they are also a fairly long vehicle. And if you've got perhaps people parking, in a space here with a big SUV that may go beyond the parking space, that compromises the ability of the emergency vehicle to get in and out of the site. Let's see here. We don't know what the cuts and fills are, and I would follow up with the blasting expert on our side that the volume of rock is going to be a lot higher than what the applicant stated. It is standard practice from a construction point of view when we're putting in either drainage or septic lines that are in rock or water lines, that you're over blasting to put in either a pea gravel or a dead sand to bed the pipe. You do not want to bed the pipe simply on blasted rock, to prevent it from getting cracked down the road. So that increases the volume. And as it was pointed out, rock puffs up. When you blast it in place, it might be 100 yards. When it's blasted, it could be 400 yards. It really depends on the type of rock. That is not my area of expertise, but I've seen enough construction sites where I've seen how big the rock pile is that gets blasted, and it's a tremendously larger volume than represented by the applicant. From an erosion sedimentation control standpoint, we have silt fence shown. We have it, I believe, on this sheet, or I think that's maybe the next page down here. That there is, let's see if this is, maybe it was the other sheet. Okay, let me go back for a second. I believe it's this heavy dashed line. Silt fence needs to be installed parallel to contour lines. In this particular case, this is running perpendicular to contour lines. So any excavation work here, runoff is going to run perpendicular to the contours, hit the silt fence, and run right along the silt fence until it gets to the bottom of the hill. That is not the appropriate way to install the silt fence. And a perimeter barrier, if it gets breached, all of a sudden, in this case, means dirty water is getting off site. You need to have multiple erosion control barriers on a site like this so that when you're phasing the construction, you're protecting the area you're actively working in, but you have redundant barriers so that if one fails, there's a secondary one to prevent discharges. Unfortunately, we have seen on some large projects where it was a perimeter barrier. You know, the slope above it was 300 to 400 feet of bare soil, and a 1-inch rainstorm, you know, blew out the silt fence without blinking an eye, and then went directly into wetlands and water courses. So you need multiple barriers to prevent that from occurring. Let's see. You know, one of the other aspects on the drainage is, you know, I assume, because it's standard practice, that the roof drains are being directed to the detention system, but we don't see that on the plans. We don't know where the roof drains are going. Roof runoff, while it is relatively cleaner than driveway runoff, it is not totally clean. Through atmospheric deposition, we get 40% of our nutrient loads, nitrogen and phosphorus, which occurs, you know, during dry events, during rainfall events, and falls on an impervious surface, gets washed off, and gets directed to a stormwater management system. So that needs to be, you know, shown on the plans. The other aspect is we do not have any assessment of the pollutant loads that will be generated by this site and how effective this treatment system will be at reducing them. There is ample literature out there how to do one of these. There's what's called the simple method from Tom Schuler. And you need to demonstrate, in my professional opinion, that your stormwater management system will meet the connected DEP goal of reducing post-development total suspended solids by 80%. Now, when DEP came up with this goal, and it's in the 2004 Stormwater Quality Manual they developed, there was an assumption made at that time in the early 2000s that if you trap the sediment, you would be trapping all of these other pollutants, because all of the other pollutants bound to fine sediment particles. And while that's true to some degree, what research has shown in the past, you know, roughly 18 to 20 years, is that many of these pollutants come in both particulate and soluble forms. While some of the particulate compounds will bind to very fine sediment particles, they do not bind to coarse sediment. That nutrients and hydrocarbons also stay in solution. So you're not trapping them when you trap the sediment, and therefore, particularly in an infiltration practice such as the underground galleries here, those will be discharged to the groundwater, which can have adverse water quality impacts, not only on the site, but further down gradient. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Steve. And I'd like to follow up with George Logan to comment on the impacts that'll come from the things that Steve was noting.
Well, thank you. Again, good evening. This is George Logan, for the record. I'm the principal environmental scientist with REMA Ecological Services. I've been in that capacity for about 24 or so years. Just by way of qualifications, I do hold both a master's and a bachelor's degree in natural resources science. My concentrations were in wetlands, wildlife, and soils. I also have several certifications, professional certifications, a professional wetland scientist. I'm also a senior ecologist through the Ecological Society of America, and also a registered soil scientist, and also I have a wildlife biologist certification through the Wildlife Society. And approximately 33 years, a little more than that of experience. So I work with both with developers and also for concerned neighbors, such as the ones that's the case here. I even work for municipalities where I often serve as a third-party reviewer, particularly in wetlands issues, of course. So in this particular case, I've scrutinized the plans. I've read and listened to the testimonies of the professional engineers, such as Mr. Trinkhaus. So I even looked at Mr. Daly's memo. I know Mr. Daly from past work. And of course, as you probably would expect, I was involved in the wetlands application. So hopefully this is going to be a briefer testimony than the previous people that went before me, but it is based on a careful analysis of the application materials to date. I've heard with great interest the testimony last time it was before you by Dr. David Skelly. And I must concur with his concerns and his conclusions, and I will, as I was told, I will probably echoing some of the same, hopefully not exactly in the same way. But tonight, I will focus on the septic system impacts, all 7 of them. But at first, I must concur with what you just heard from Mr. Trinkhaus, that the stormwater management system, in my view also as a scientist, and knowing the Stormwater Quality Manual 2004 by Connecticut DP, really inside and out, that this system is not properly designed to effectively renovate the stormwater runoff that's going to be generated. It's not going to be very effective at all, especially as you heard, there's a proportion of the pollutants that are generated by runoff and vehicular movements are soluble pollutants, including, of course, nitrogen, and there's soluble forms of toxic metals. So even, and by the way, even a well-designed system, which this is not, will only take between 50 and 60% of the nitrogen out. The rest of it is released to the environment. But I will focus on the issue of the septic systems. Dave, can I share my screen at this time?
Yes.
Thanks. I only have one little picture here. This is a 2016 aerial photograph from Connecticut Eco Environmental Conditions Online. So this is the GIS system that the state provides that we can all look at. It highlights the property roughly. Of course, it used to be all the way out there. This contours that you see are based on 2016 LiDAR, I believe. So we're saying how pretty accurate those are, and I find them to be very accurate. By the way, they're 1-foot contours, which is great. But here's something that's in my view pretty problematic. Septic system effluent that is not fully treated, which is the case at this site, will ultimately end up in the Fence Creek salt marsh, which of course follows topography. So we have till soils and bedrock dominated soils in this particular area, but these areas, as the test pits have told us, these are sandy areas, and the spine continues all the way down this way. And so it circumvents the till, if you will, and the bedrock dominated areas, and heads down and hits the marsh. And if that follows topography, usually groundwater roughly follows topography, not always. And since we're within the watershed of the salt marsh, we're about 750 feet or probably even less than that. And so the problem here is the case, particularly with nitrogen, and I will be specific with nitrate nitrogen, which is what's generated by septic systems more. As you probably have heard before, this is highly soluble and it's very mobile in groundwater, and there's no substantial treatment whatsoever for nitrate nitrogen until it interfaces with organic rich soils and with vegetation, where you have certain processes happen, such as denitrification. And where do we find the organic rich soils and the vegetation? In this particular case, we find it in the actual salt marsh, which is also the sensitive receptor. And there lies our problem. I should note, again, that the soils at the location of the proposed septic systems, as Mr. Trinkhaus also indicated, are the excessively drained Hinkley soils. So these have high to very high saturated hydraulic conductivity, which means they're permeable. These is what you would call fast soils with an extremely gravelly sand sea horizon, which is the lower horizon, which is what we saw also from the test pits that were done by the applicant. And through which this layer, the minimally treated nitrogen-rich septic effluent will travel to, again, the sensitive natural resource, which is the salt marsh and the tidal creeks, the Fence Creek salt marsh. I should also note that the salt marsh, and this is another layer that I could have turned on and I didn't, is documented to have what we call Connecticut listed species. and probably maybe one federal one also. These are endangered, threatened, and special concern species, and this is according again to the mapping that that has been placed in the GIS system by the Connecticut DEP and the Natural Diversity Database. So what happens when this hot nitrogen hits the salt marsh, where it's going to exfiltrate? Basically, that's the way the groundwater is going to be boiling. So excess nitrogen from septic systems negatively affects trophic levels in salt marshes, especially if herbivores and of course their predators. And this is based on research that has been conducted, and I could cite a number of publications for that, but I won't bore you with that. Also, other research has shown that there's a negative effect of nitrogen loading to salt marsh vegetation itself. There was some research that was done recently, 2019 or so, that supports the hypothesis of what we call, again, this is an ecological term, a competitive displacement of dominant marsh species under elevated nitrogen infusion. Mouthful. What does that mean? Well, it means that there are going to be changes in the salt marsh structure, which of course, again, has an ecological cascade effect, results in the reduction of available niches for the salt marsh biota, especially what we call the salt marsh specialists. So at the Fence Creek Salt Marsh, we also have another interesting phenomenon. At the edge of it, we have common reed. We all know that the tall reed that can grow up to 13 feet tall, maybe not so much in marshes because it's kind of in check somewhat from the salinity. So this is what we call Phragmites. It's found at the edges of the salt marsh. And again, it's kept at bay by the elevated salinity of the high marsh, which is the native high marsh. However, when you get an infusion of elevated nitrogen at that edge, because that's where the first place where it's coming in from septic systems, what happens then is it gives the Phragmites the competitive advantage over native high marsh vegetation that can't deal, as I just mentioned before, with this elevated infusion of nitrogen. That leads to the native marsh degradation as the Phragmites takes advantage of it and starts to expand. And we've seen that, and I've seen many, even in Madison, in another case that I was before the town, where that has happened, where we had an embayment, and the more septic systems were in the area, the more the Phragmites expanded. And you can even see that and catalog it in looking at archival aerial photographs. So this impact, as well as this impact of the Phragmites expanding, as well as the other impacts that I just mentioned with the big large ecological mumbo jumbo, if you will, result from these minimally treated septic effluent that's going to be coming from the site. And this is what I call an unreasonable harm to natural resources. And this is, of course, my professional opinion. Now, there was another a question that came up at the last time, and I guess I'll wear my wildlife biologist hat for this one. And the question was, what about wildlife? Is there any threat that's going to be posed to the wildlife assemblage that exists now in this area from the proposed development? And the interesting thing is, you look at this and you say, well, it's kind of already a populated area, but if you look close to the photograph, and I wish I had more of it to the left here, you see that because of the slopes, there are actually areas all around here that are, or here we have a wetland in this area, these knolls and ledges and whatnot, and altogether they constitute a significant amount of habitat, believe it or not. But fortunately, to my knowledge, no one has conducted any wildlife survey at the site. And so without one, it would be kind of very difficult to determine impacts to wildlife diversity and abundance. But on the other hand, you can see that the project is converting habitat. It's removing some significant trees, obviously significantly increasing visual and auditory disturbances to whatever wildlife is there. So generally speaking, there will be a long-term impact to wildlife, but quantifying that can't really be done without a survey by a professional such as myself. That's all I have to offer for you at this point, and I'll be available for any questions that you may have. Thank you so much.
And with that, the interveners will conclude their presentation, but I do want to certainly thank the commission for its patience. I know this was a long one, but we had a lot of ground to cover. And so I just want to leave it at that and say we're open to questions and proceed according to the earlier agreed upon plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Ainsworth, and thank you as well to Mr. Sisto, Mr. Trickus, and Mr. Logan. At this point, I would ask if any members of the commission have questions for the panel or their attorney. Just raise your hand. And I can't see everyone's hand on my screen, so Dave, if you see anyone, please. I see Jim Madison's hand up. Jim?
And this isn't a question, it's really a, I guess it's a question, but one of the points that Attorney Ainsworth raised had to do with the number of attached units per dwelling or attached units. And I think he was mistaken in that the regulations say that there cannot be more than 2 units attached. It doesn't say that there can be no more than 2 units, buildings that have attached units. So in other words, if building 4 and 5 were actually units 4, 5, and 6 together, that would be out of compliance. However, it's 2 units. I just wanted to bring that up.
Thanks, Jim. Attorney Ainsworth, any comment?
Unless there's an argument with that.
Well, I was reading the regulation on its face, and if you read the regulation, it actually says that. Let me, if I pull it up, I can. Let's see if I can read the actual language, but it says that there shouldn't be more than 2 units. Let's see, attached units. Here we go. The maximum number of attached units, no more than 2 units may be attached together.
Right. That's my point. If there were 3 units attached together, that would be out of compliance. It doesn't state how many attached units. Buildings that have attached units can be on a site.
And therein lies the vagary of language.
Well, okay. I think it's quite clear what it's saying. But anyway, the rest of your presentation, thank you. There was a lot of meaningful information there. I just wanted to draw your attention to that in my view, that is inaccurate.
And actually, with due respect, I did recognize that there would be potentially 2 interpretations of that. And so I'm not going to say that your interpretation is wrong. I'm just saying that I read it in the alternative.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission? Hands, please. Ron, is that a raised hand or are you just?
Yeah.
reaching?
Can David give us some guidance about this 500 feet line that was drawn? It looks like it's pretty clear, but is there something from the town's point of view that one person's 500 feet isn't another person's 500 feet?
Yes, I'm happy to speak to that. So my interpretation of our zoning map and our regulations would say that the zone line is in the midpoint between, I guess, the northern end of Boston Post Road and the southern boundary of Old Boston Post Road or Birnbaum Lane, which would be the kind of wide combined right-of-way of, if you call those 2 different streets. And so I think the midpoint of between those 2 points is where our zoning map shows the boundary line to be. And that's where I would interpret it to be, which would put the 500-foot boundary beyond what was shown on the map presented to you.
Does that answer your question, Ron?
It gives me the town's view of it. I don't know. I can't resolve it myself at the moment, but thanks.
Any other questions from the commission? None? Okay, well, at this point, as I said, we'll go to the next step, and that would be to see if there are any questions from the public about what was presented tonight by the intervener. And Dave, I'll look to you to find who may be electronically raising their hand.
Yes, so if you'd like to ask a question, please just raise your hand virtually and I'll unmute you and allow you to ask it. Doesn't appear there's any questions from the public, Ron.
Okay. So with that, I will ask the applicant if they have any questions of what was presented and or any information they'd like to present in response to what was presented.
Yes, we do. I would raise the point that I would really like to close the public hearing tonight. And if we are going to allow public comment, I would defer my response and combine it with my summation in order to allow anyone from the public to speak. If we're going to have any chance of closing the hearing tonight, if Mr. Chairman, you don't think that's possible, then I'm amenable to a different schedule. But that was the goal I think we all had when we met, especially at the planning session instead of the regularly scheduled planning and zoning commission.
I like where you're coming from, Counselor. But I'm sure everyone agrees, we also want to make sure we pay full and proper attention to every part of this, including the public comment. So your suggestion, I think, makes sense. So at this point, what I would ask is, are there any members of the public? First, we've had some speak in favor on May 20th, but I'll break it down the same way. Anyone who hasn't spoken and may wish to speak tonight in favor of the proposal, please electronically raise your hand and Dave will call on you.
All right, we have, I'll state your name, Lorraine Lapone, but Lorraine, if you could just again state your name and address for the record.
My name is Lorraine Lapone. I live at 25 Wall Street, Madison.
And would you like to speak in favor of the application, Lorraine?
Yes, I would. I've attended the Zoom public hearings to date and respect all the opinions by those in favor and those opposed. For myself, I live at 25 Wall Street and am in favor of the concept of cluster zoning. And I trust with the opinions of the experts on all sides that there will be a meeting of the minds and that this application will be approved. I think it is a wonderful opportunity for those other folks in Madison or out of Madison to live downtown as I do and take advantage of everything that downtown Madison and the town of Madison in its entirety has to offer. I think when all of the issues are resolved by the applicant, which I believe will be possible, it's a wonderful addition to the town. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lapone. Anyone else, Dave?
No hands raised.
Okay.
Although I'm seeing John Mathers raised his hand.
Yeah, just as a point of order, I wanted to point out that Chairman Clark invited people who hadn't already spoken to speak tonight.
Right, and I am going to reiterate that. Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Lapone went on record on May 20th, so.
Thank you for remembering that. I did not, at least at this second. But your point is a good one. So now I will ask any members of the public who wish to speak in opposition to the project, but I would respectfully ask, in the essence of time, that if you spoke on May 20th, we've heard your objections and your position. It does no real benefit to restate it again. So I would hopefully be able to defer to those who didn't have the opportunity to speak last month to now speak this time in opposition to the project. So electronically raise your hands for Dave and we can move from there.
All right. Again, after I unmute you, if you could just please state your name and address for the record. So the first person is Sarah Moore.
Good evening. My name's Sarah Moore. I'm a 66-year resident of Madison, having been born here, as my father was, and my grandparents. My parents, Marilyn and Charlie Moore.
Excuse me, Ms. Moore, could you provide your address as well? For the
Oh,
record?
yes. I'm at 153 Middle Beach Road.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ron. My parents fought for years, as did my grandparents, to keep downtown Madison the beautiful historical district that it is. Many of you might remember that my mother, Marilyn Moore, was one of the leading realtors along the shoreline. And my parents together stopped what was in the 70s, the general residence was going to be turned into a restaurant and a bar. A lot of people, for generations have been trying to protect downtown Madison. And I think we need to listen and respect the voices and elders that came before us on keeping our town pristine. My point tonight, other than that Fence Creek is backing right up to our property on 153, and we've had more problems with that. The neighbors filled in part of the creek, and the rest of us had to stop them from trying to build on the creek. We're going to be suffering from the effluents that are going to be making their way to our property. But what I want to speak to tonight, and I do want to thank you all for your voluntary commitments to our wonderful town. I know it's a thankless job mostly, but thank you for doing that. What I'm concerned about is I've been a trial lawyer with 4 decades experience trying catastrophic cases similar to this where there are damages. I heard $5 million from the man who spoke about blasting. This is nothing. That's what I carry on my car, as do many people, because one catastrophic injury, 5 million probably won't even come close to covering it. I'm here to talk about, I know nobody wants to think about what goes wrong, but that's what I do for a living when things go wrong. So the zoning situation here, and I've mentioned this in the past when I've spoken, I've authored in excess of 100 opinions on land use litigation during my time as an attorney. I'm still practicing. But what's different here is 1, it's a special exception. And 2, the blasting in all 50 states is termed an inherently dangerous condition. What that means legally is that all who are harmed do not have to prove negligence. They just have to prove damage. And who's on the hook for that? I mean, this $5 million thing it's ridiculous if you have a massive injury or if you affect a number of homes. So who pays for that? Well, it's been brought up that their insurance carriers may pay for that. And although I'm not a coverage expert, I have tried many cases involving coverage. Insurance companies don't want to pay out. And what they will use is that this was not a sudden and unexpected loss to any of you. And they're correct, because we've been on record now for close to 2 months talking about this possible loss. So what about the surrounding homeowners? Do they need to go to their insurance carrier and say, listen, they're going to be blowing stuff up and it's going to be near our house? Even that phone call is going to trigger a rise in their rates. But I'm not sure that insurance will cover it under the sudden and unexpected. And there will certainly be holdbacks on this. So who does pay? Do they go after the developers? That's one thought. But under Connecticut law, and this concerns me greatly as a taxpayer in this town, all of you will probably be named in a lawsuit as well. You, under Connecticut law, you can sue not only the town and the zoning board, but the members individually. Now, you may think that sovereign immunity will cover you. That's in great dispute, because this isn't just enforcing a zoning law. This is making a special exception after hearing hours of testimony on possible damages, both to the environment and the surrounding homes, and possibly to life and limb as well. So if your counsel, and they may, and I'm not giving you legal advice, tells you, don't worry, it's sovereign immunity, I don't think so. Any experienced, competent trial lawyer is going to sue all of you. That's what I would do in this case. Not that I would ever do that here in this town, but that's what I would do in this case. And I would tell you that a lot of people will do that. So even if you were to get out of the case, the town will be paying enormous legal fees, because you're not going to be able to get out of it until we bring what's called a motion for summary judgment. That's much farther down the road. And that's already at 100,000 probably just to get there. Do we really want to spend our money on this, our tax money, defending a project that people are against for a myriad of reasons, all of which are exceptional? And I would like you to know that even though the town has to indemnify you for the costs that may be incurred, you're not off the hook. You can still have to pay them back as well. So I just want to point that out, because I'd hate to see our tax dollars go to, lawsuits, and it will be substantial. To bring a case like this to trial, it's upwards to $1 million. That's before we even go through the trial dates. So I just really wanted to make that point that somebody's got to be responsible here if this goes through. And I'm afraid that the town's going to hold a lot of that responsibility. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Muller. Dave, anyone else?
Then, yeah, the next hand raised, the individual signed in is 452138. So you have permission to talk. If you could unmute yourself. Again, it's 452138. I see you've unmuted they've unmuted themselves. Just give them one more second. All right, we'll come back. So the next hand raised is identified as Tim.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Timothy McHugh, a recent resident of 14 Fence Creek Drive here in Madison. Very joyously celebrating my 3rd year and a couple of days here in this fabulous town. I fully understand the draw of downtown and the need and the convenience and the really the sustainability of our town to have more affordable housing, or in this case, not necessarily affordable, but just more housing in general in downtown. But having lived through upwards of 20 some odd days of dynamite blasting, pretty much unannounced, I'd say maybe I had 3 days heads up for my neighbor here at 57 East Wharf. I can tell you that it is certainly a harrowing experience. And really one that I think drew some real attention to me in speaking with Fire Commissioner DeBurra, when he pointed out to me that some of the regulations that are enforced here in the state of Connecticut are upwards of 40 years old. My facts might be a little incorrect there. I haven't had time to Google it, but I do believe the blasting regs in this state that he's asked to enforce are upwards of 42 or 43 years old, which in and of itself, I think, is of some great concern. So to sort of echo what was discussed earlier with the blasting and worst case scenario, look, everyone is a professional and certainly trust that everyone's interest is at heart. But I think the fact that blasting falls to the fire department or fire commissioner here, and not building and zoning, and that no one was on site from the town of Madison during my, again, 20+ day ordeal, which initially was told to me would be, 4 to 5 days. I just think just draws all sorts of concern and red flags. And I certainly feel for the 7 property owners who, would live through, excuse me, what we did here. Unfortunately, one of the days there was a school delay and my daughter was home for it. And that's still a pretty rough experience for a 7 or 8-year-old, where your house is vibrating. You hear the whistle and you're waiting for that 30 seconds and bam, a picture falls off your wall or whatever the case is. So I don't mean to be overly dramatic. I appreciate everyone's time, certainly recognize the need to move forward as a town and attract other residents, but I just can't overstate the blasting impact, particularly on a ledge rock that everyone is connected to. I think there's some real concern. And lastly, the wildlife presentation. Fortunately or unfortunately, some of us have been impacted by COVID. Some of us get to work from home, which is an amazing thing. And to see frankly, the transformation of some of the wildlife. I've been home now of upwards of 14 straight months. And just the impact on the General's residents. What I'm saying as a General's residents, it could also be a project here at 25 Fence Creek, but the amount of wildlife that is just rerouted and often walking on the street here, as opposed to along the creek, I do think is maybe there's some applicable lessons there for what we're doing potentially at the ledges and the disruption to just some general wildlife patterns. Thank you to the board for your great work, and I appreciate the time spent on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. McHugh, and might be a little late. You've been here for a while, but welcome to Madison. Glad you like it being here, as we all do. Dave, anybody else?
Yep, next up is Sherry Pasqualoni. It says, I just tried to click on Sherry and it says not available because she's using an older version of Zoom. So Sherry, I'm going to temporarily, I think she might have dropped off now. Sherry, I'm going to temporarily move you over to a panelist. So you're going to just unmute yourself that way. You should be able to talk at that point. You just may need to unmute yourself.
Can you see me?
We can see you and we can hear you.
Okay, awesome. My name is Sherry Pasqualoni. I live at 6 Johns Path. I've lived in Madison for over 3 decades, and I summered here for 20 years previous to that. We love this town. We've raised our boys here. Although I don't live in the neighborhood, I spend a lot of time downtown, as well as working and walking on Burnham Lane. I feel strongly opposed to this project. It is not the right fit for Madison. There are way too many negative impacts. Bottom line, I feel that you're opening Pandora's box, and that's a really bad place to put the town. I implore the commission, do the right thing and vote against this project. Thank you for your time. And I know this is really a heart-wrenching decision for us all, but I think that you will come to the right conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pasqualoni.
Thank you.
Okay, so that, Ms. Pasqualoni, I'm gonna just mute you and take you off video. I don't know that I can put you back to as a regular attendee, and I don't want to remove you, so I'll just mute you and take you off video. Okay, and next up, we're back to 452138. Try that one again.
Hi, this is Greg Johnson. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can,
Yes,
Greg.
yes, we can, Mr. Johnson. Your address, please.
153 Middle Beach Road. You heard from my wife a few minutes ago. I have a different perspective. I think I agree with many of the opponents to this project that this is the first step towards changing the character of Madison. If you drive down Boston Post Road from Old Saybrook all the way down to New Haven, you will see a lot of development, a lot of condos, a lot of commercial development along that. Madison is unique and it's different. And I think this will be the first step in transforming Madison into something like the rest of the towns along the road. And we don't want to Branfordize Madison. And I think that's a possible outcome, not immediately, but down the road. I also, I had a hard time getting into this. Maybe I have an old version of Zoom, but I think this whole thing should be delayed until we actually have a face-to-face town meeting, just like all of the meetings in the past have been. This is an artificial process, doing all of this on Zoom. And you're going to make a permanent decision based on a temporary process that will be gone in a matter of months. I think this whole thing should be delayed until we can have a face-to-face town meeting where we can look at in the eye of the people who are actually proposing this. And I assure you, when that happens, you will need to expand the size of the room. There will be so many people that come. This is an artificial process, and it doesn't really give credence to all of the opposing people to this. And that's what I suggest. Keep it, delay it until it can be real.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Next up is Tina Zimmerman.
Okay, can you hear me, Dave?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi, good evening. I am Tina Zimmerman. I have lived at 838 Boston Post Road for 23 years and in Madison for 40. I love Madison. It's my home. And I'm just going to quote something from the Madison Historical Society's website on, quote, why preserve? Historic resources and structures provide an atmosphere of stability and offer a tangible link with the past that both residents and visitors can enjoy and experience. Among the many benefits of preservation are economic value, environmental protection, and educational opportunities. Preservation revitalizes neighborhoods as well as commercial districts. When historic buildings and resources are protected, they also become a focal point for investment in the community, and they increase our town's appeal to visitors. End quote. Let's listen to our historical society and preserve the Birnbaum Lane neighborhood by voting no to the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zimmerman.
Okay, we have a few more hands up. First up is Sean Banerjee.
Yeah, hi, good evening. This is Sean Banerjee. I live at 6 Wharf Road, decade resident of. I live basically at the corner of the Boston Post Road and East Wharf, so I have a firsthand view on the activities of the residents. And you know, I actually see these as quite different projects, but you know, I get it. That's my opinion. I felt that that was a eminently developable plot of land, regardless of my own view on the design or density. I did feel it was an appropriate property to be developed. In this case, you know, I don't think I need to restate what the experts and others have already shared, that, you know, this is simply not appropriate at the ledges. My question, though, is when the General's Residence development was approved, we were shown a model by Bill Plunkett, and we're, you know, I don't know if promise is illegal or ethical or how that works these days, but we were led to believe that the project that was presented and approved would be the project that was developed here. That's simply not the case. And I think anyone going back and looking at the project would tell you that what's going up here is not what was presented. Most obvious being the lack of a General's Residence. Plunkett had, and Dave, I know you're involved with this, presented a design where the General's Residence itself was preserved. There were condominiums put on the property. but I'm looking out right now at, a hole in the ground where, that building, whether it was technically designated historical or not, no longer stands. So my concern is, when I hear about, blasting and ledge, I have some real reservations of whether that main house at the ledges is going to be, severely damaged in this process. And if that happens, what goes up there? And not to kind of lean towards hyperbole, but, could we put up an apartment complex? I mean, could we get an exemption for that? Because it seems like, when General's residence went up and there was approval, it was carte blanche to then do whatever the developer wanted to do. So I'm very concerned about, I don't know if it's called scope creep or, simple changes of, what would be approved. Would that in fact be what's ultimately delivered? And it seems to me there are any number of questions that would, require further exploration as to whether that in fact could be delivered even with the best of intent. So I will pause and finish my question / statement. I thank all the P&Z members. I mean, what you guys are doing for this town, I don't think the town will ever be able to repay you. And I trust to that end that you will make a judicious and prudent decision that is in the best interest of this town and our future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It may just be worth a second here for me to comment about the part of your statement, because I remember well when Bill Plunkett came before the commission. That was a conceptual, informal presentation by Mr. Plunkett on his vision for the General's property. At the time, I don't know whether he had an option or whatever, but he didn't have title to the property, but his vision was for something like this to take place on it. And obviously you saw that. What transpired though is that never happened. Plunkett never took title of the property. Another group purchased the property, and they had a different vision, which was thoroughly vetted through the Planning and Zoning Commission and with involvement with. It was controversial, certainly, but it didn't morph from one into the other. And I won't say anything more other than that. That isn't something that could happen here because this is a formal application. And if it is approved, it's approved for what it is, not for something any different. Dave, would you reinforce that or agree with what I just said?
Yeah, the only thing I guess I would maybe modify is that Bill Plunkett did submit a formal application to the commission. It wasn't just a conceptual review.
Oh, okay.
That formal application was approved. And then, as you stated, he did not move forward, and another application was submitted. And Mr. Banerjee was a signature on a group of neighbors that supported that second application.
Yeah.
So that is what is being constructed today.
He had originally come in with an informal presentation and followed up with it. That's where I was a little off. The memory. I'm still in shock from, the pending lawsuit Mrs. Moyer is going to put on me. I'm just not thinking straight. So I just wanted to say that. Any more folks who want to speak, Dave?
Yes, we have David Gagnon.
Good evening, everybody. My name's Dave. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name's Dave Gagnon. I live at 22 East Wharf Road. I've lived here in this house since 94. Been in Madison since 89. We raised 3 kids here in town. I'm a CPA, own a wealth management, retirement and tax planning firm that I've operated in Madison since 88. I feel very fortunate and blessed to really call Madison our home. Now, it is a special place, and it amazes me in all the travels I've done around the country, how many people know about Madison. And these are people that passed through, and this town made an impact on these people. Now, in a few years, Madison is going to celebrate 200 years. And for all those years in Madison, it has grown considerably, but it has done so in a way to preserve its character with beautiful custom and historic single-family homes. And I know we have small retirement communities and associations that have been built, but they've been tastefully constructed, within their respective land settings and sizes. Just a few years ago, when these regulations were passed by P&Z to allow cluster housing, in my opinion, I think it was progressive and possibly somewhat radical, as it's so far outside the character of Madison. The vast majority of the residents in town, I don't think really were aware of this, including myself, which now allows for this cluster activity. Now, from my location, I can see the general residence in my front yard, and now I'm going to have this cluster housing with the ledges on my property line in my backyard. Now, I know this can't be a positive impact on my investment, on the value of my home going forward. So the power and decisions made by a few really have far-reaching impact on very many people. Now, for some people, it's good, and for others, it could be detrimental, either emotionally or financially, along with changing the town's scenic beauty and image. Now, I'm not against the development or any development, but there must be a balance in the development that results in an outcome that produces much more in positive attributes and favorable impression and acceptance that benefits more of the masses than those of a select few. Since the GR, general residence, has started, people in town are taking notice of this type of project. And I come into contact with very many people in town that I know over the years, and unanimously, it's been negative as far as their comments go. Two haven't even asked me if this is a low-income housing project. Now, when you have a house that's a stone's throw away from that doesn't make you feel good. So the density of the GR, with homes only feet apart, just appears only to have been planned in such a way to maximize the profit, with very little attention to conform to the Madison character. Now, the ledges layout is trying to accomplish the same objective, especially when a house is built and squeezed into a very small area on the front lawn that will include 7 septic systems. My entire backyard includes my septic and leaching field. And that's about half the size of the front yard where that home and 7 septic systems will be built. I don't even know how that's possible. I don't fault the developers of the GR or Faith and Build trying to maximize the profit opportunities of their assets. They are only working with the cards that P&Z have dealt them. I truly believe that those on P&Z that approved the cluster housing regulations did so with good intentions, but sometimes good intentions do not evolve and materialize with the desired outcome or impact. So for myself and all my neighbors around both of these cluster home projects, we'll be really experiencing the fallout in various forms. The traffic on East Wharf, if you live in this area and you see this and you deal with it day in and day out, the traffic is crazy on East Wharf, especially in the summer. Now, with both of these developments, you're probably looking at another 30 to 50 cars in this small intersection, and that'll impact the parking availability on Birnbaum. And I know there's a lot of people that are in the northern part of Madison that rely on that parking on Birnbaum to come down to the shoreline and walk the street and jog and go biking. So they'll have limitations on their parking. Now, my property has the wetlands in the southeast corner of the ledges, and a section of my foundation is also on the ledge. So for the record, I've never been notified about this project. Being a property owner that abuts this project, I would have expected some notification. I had to find out weeks later from a neighbor about this. So personally, I'm very concerned about the runoff from the ledges, which slopes right into my property, into my wetlands, the pollution content that'll accumulate over the years. Now, experts on both sides have different opinions on various factors related to the project, including the wetlands impact. I respect everybody's qualifications, but in reality, nobody can really predict what the short-term and long-term fallout might be that could impact any of us that are neighbors to the ledges or the GR development. And the real damage typically will not show up for many years down the road. And we as property owners will suffer the consequences at our cost, as no one else will be accountable. So in making your decisions, all I ask is, when I have to make a hard decision for my clients, I always put myself in their shoes. How would I feel? How would I react? And if you do so, and you put yourself in any of our positions and see how that feels, I think that's an important thing to take a look at, because it does have a long-lasting impact on us based on the decisions you make. So I appreciate your time. I know this is very difficult, but I think, many of us in this area greatly respect this town. We put a lot of hard-earned money into it, our properties, and we're just trying to protect the character. So with that, I'll end my comment.
And thank you for your comments.
Next up, we have David Franks.
Thank you, David. Thank you, members of the commission. My name is David Franks, and I live right next to Mr. David.
Yeah, you spoke on May 20th, David. Are you the same gentleman?
I spoke at the Wetlands Committee, not at this one.
No. I'm not going to prevent you from speaking, but I thought you spoke very well at the last one. So I was looking forward to what you were going to say at this one.
Yeah, no, thank you, Ron. But no, I did not speak at the last one. I will say, my wife and I, we're at 18 East Wharf Road. We've been residents of Madison since 1996, and we were fortunate enough, being a kid from North Carolina and being raised in Waterbury, Connecticut. As we were fortunate enough to start looking around the state of Connecticut for properties, we were blessed enough to be able to move to the town of Madison and be one of the relatively few African-American families in this town. And we take that with pride in the way that we were welcomed and the way that we're treated in the neighborhood and the way that we're treated in this town. And so, I want to speak tonight, not coming from that perspective, but coming from the perspective of what this particular development means to us and our family. If you spent time looking at the runoff of the quote unquote non-existent wetlands that runs through the non-existent creek, which happens to run right through my property into Fence Creek, you can see if you get a half an inch of water, there is flooding and there is skunk cabbage that is growing. So as I hear from the experts tonight and the previous night about what happens with lack of power or what happens with the effluence that will surely take place with runoff with water, I have very, very grave concerns with my property, which we bought in one condition, and it stayed in that condition for all these years. And now we're looking at a exception, all for, as I call it, the mighty dollar. And that's everyone's right to go out and do that. But at the same token, I would think we have to take a moral compass and take a look at what's right and what's fair for those who will be usurped, and this will affect their life as everyone else moves on, including the applicant. Myself and everyone that lives around here will be the ones left with this stuff. So I'll be the one that's filing and trying to get the non-existent wetlands to flow off my property. So I just wanted to thank you guys and ladies for your volunteering. It's a tough job. I would not want to be in your shoes. So I really do appreciate you for allowing me these few minutes, and I'll shut up now.
Thank you for speaking, Mr. Franks. Appreciate it. Dave?
I don't see any other hands raised. Oh, yep. Now we have Robin Phillips, and I know Robin did say at the last meeting that he wanted to have some additional comments. So
yeah, I'll allow him a technicality. He did say he had three
yes,
items.
he did. Robin, there you go.
After the elephants and the school buses, right, Robin?
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've just been updating my estimates of number of elephants and school buses, from what I've heard tonight. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak again. I'd just like to make one brief point and an observation. Just to give you an example of what we call the slippery slope argument that Attorney Ainsworth had mentioned, and I had sent a letter to the Commission before the last meeting with some estimates of how much development there could be downtown, and indeed that may have been the purpose of the regulation. and could still be applicable in some areas. But just as a practical example of the things that people have mentioned this evening, I could combine my property with Sean Banerjee, who's just spoken, on one side of me, and Peggy Zambarano on the other, and we could build 9 more condos on our land. A couple of duplexes in the front, 5 more units in the back, maybe a little blasting, some more septic systems, widen the driveways, etc. By my calculation, we could expect to clear around $3.5 million in profit between the 3 of us, and then sell our homes to add to that and move out. So if the development happens around us, the general residence and now the ledges, this is a very tempting possibility. But we don't think it's a good outcome for the town if we all do that. So I'd just like to make that point. And a closing observation here. At the last meeting 2 weeks ago, you heard the applicant's team had been working, and I quote, really hard on the plan, unquote. They spent time with ACCA to convince them that a house-oriented side onto the road was actually a good thing. They listened to the Wetlands Agency. They'd read all of the letters submitted to you by the public, over 150 in total, and all but a handful opposed. They had brainstorm sessions, and they spent a long time going through their plans, and this is all very commendable. Firstly, I'd say that apart from reducing and downsizing the number of garages to fit their calculation of buildable land, and making some changes to the stormwater management, there's really been no material change to the plan. It still consists of 7 large condos with all the supporting infrastructure. But my main point, with all of the work they did, all the brainstorming and everything and all those efforts, why didn't they talk to the neighbors? Why would they not do that? They talked to many other people. Why would you not talk to the neighbors? They know there's major opposition to the project. Why not reach out and meet? To the neighbors, to the person who wrote about the septic systems, to the Madison Historical Society, to the library, to many others. There's been no outreach. And I think, as you know, Mr. Chairman, this is, by the way, in total contrast to the general residence developers. Why did they not talk to us? I mean, we may not agree on many points, but who knows? We may have some good suggestions, and I, for one, am certainly prepared to talk. Because I think clearly the regulation supports some form of cluster housing in this area. But this proposal is quite simply the wrong project for this site. Why did they not talk to us? That's all I have to say. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners, for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Appreciate it. Last call, I guess, Dave, huh? Anyone else?
No, yes. There was one hand up and it came back down. So I'd say, no, not at the moment.
Okay. So at this point, I'll quickly say, any commissioners have a question that's raised from the comments? I know we've had our chance. None? Then I would turn it over to Attorney McKeon and the applicant.
Mr. Chairman, first off, because he's been waiting around for quite some time, I think you'll recall I submitted a report of Mr. Mark Nadeau, who's a real estate appraiser in town. I submitted that before the last public hearing. There was some comment and criticism of his report, both at the last meeting and this meeting. And he would like to briefly address the commission before I get into my response to the interveners and the public's statements, and before I have a short summation. So if you'll indulge me to let Mr. Nadeau speak.
Certainly.
Mark, are you here?
Good evening, everyone on the commission. My name is Mark Nadeau. I was retained by Faith Whitehead in terms of looking at potential impact and valuation of properties in the area as it relates to their proposed project. And I apologize, last time I wasn't able to appear before the commission because I simply wasn't in town. The report that I did, I'm sure you've seen it already, it's just is probably as objective, I think, as anyone can get as it relates to measuring impact evaluation. And what I did was basically I looked at 3 neighborhoods where there were projects like the proposed project, which includes the General's residence, which includes the Muse, and also includes 66 High Street in Guilford. And basically what I did is I took a pin and I put it in a map and I drew a circle around it. In 2 cases, 1/4 mile in diameter. And in the case of 66 High Street, 1/3 of a mile in diameter. In each case, and looking at the data, in each case, all of those projects resulted in bringing up the mean value of properties that are in the area. The other thing I can tell you with respect to the proposed project as it sits from a design standpoint, from a size standpoint, and from a use standpoint, that the project is very much in keeping with design. There was a discussion earlier, or someone mentioned something about that the project did not, I can't remember exactly what they said, but it didn't meet the architectural criteria or the vernacular of the neighborhood. I would have to disagree with that. I think this falls right in the wheelhouse of the vernacular of the neighborhood. And in fact, falls right into the wheelhouse of typical size for the neighborhood. It falls right in the wheelhouse of what the quality levels are of existing homes in the neighborhood. And from the standpoint of vernacular, I have to say this particular neighborhood is probably one of the most unique in the area, in that it actually exhibits a number of different architectural styles. You have American vernacular, you have Georgian, you have Federal, you have Greek Revival, you have Adirondack, you have Second Empire. I mean, it's a meld of architectural styles that all coexist within that landscape, and they're all very beautiful. The architectural style that is proposed for this project, in my opinion, is very much in keeping what is normal and typical for the area. Again, just in short, that looking at in a pure statistical way, that the 3 projects that I reviewed, which include the General's residence, the Muse, and 66 High Street, all of which have brought up the median values of homes in the area. I really don't have anything else to say. My expertise lies in valuation and in some part in architecture. For what it's worth, I did author the architectural book for the Appraisal Institute, and I currently serve as the president of the Connecticut chapter of the Appraisal Institute. And I've been at this for the better part of 40 years. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Nadeau.
Mr. Nadeau, if I may, Mr. Nadeau, were you approached by a group of opponents to this application to do work for them in connection with this application?
There were, in fact, 2 people who called me, yes. I don't recall their names, but there were 2 people that I spoke with. And I, after doing some discovery work relative to what was proposed relative to size, massing, and design, I said to them, and honestly, I said, I think from the standpoint of whether this project will cause a diminution in value because of an architectural design or density design, I said, I really think you're wasting your time and your dollars. And that's what I told them. And that was sort of the end of it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know if anyone else has any questions for Mr. Nadeau, Mr. Chairman. I will leave that up to you, but I'm prepared to proceed with.
I think it best in the essence of time, Counselor, that go through with all of it, and we'll wait to the end if there are any questions.
Okay.
Well, I did see Ron Bowden said, did you have your hand up? You're muted anyway, so, okay. So let's proceed with your
Thank you so much.
presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Attorney Chris McKeon. I live at 31 Hotchkiss Lane in Madison. I represent the applicant. I am going to start with the presentation by Attorney Ainsworth. where he began telling us all that my experts, my client's experts, all game the septic system regulations. We have a haphazard water approach in terms of providing water to the surrounding neighbors that currently receive water through easements that go through Faith Whitehead's property. We were responsible for changing rules, or rules were somehow changed without anyone's notice and under the dark of night as to what can or can't be permitted in an R2 zone. Quite frankly, I'm surprised by the attacks on the applicant, indicating that she has 1 foot out the door when we've indicated all along that her hope and intention here is to remain in one of the units in the Ledges residence. She also lives there right now with her daughter. So any suggestion that he has any idea what the applicant is planning or is all about is completely without support or merit. As far as selling the property, it is possible the property may be sold. It is also possible that the owners would enter into an arrangement with somebody who actually builds the property, keeping 1 unit or 2 units for themselves. So I think we've been fully disclosing that possibility from the start. We also have an attack on the general's residence and what's going on there right now, despite the fact, as Mr. Anderson noted, that a number of Mr. Ainsworth's clients signed an agreement supporting that development. I think there were accusations there of the general's residence violating certain wetlands or other regulations, and I hope there's some basis in truth to that, because if I was developer of the general's residence, I'd be pretty concerned about what was said at a public meeting. Turning to the specifics and the areas in which Mr. Ainsworth claims that our application does not comply with the objective criteria of section 3.12, there are flawed logic conclusions that lead to other conclusions that make his assertions wrong. And for example, Chairman Madison raised the point of 2 units being attached together, somehow seeming to suggest that only 2 units can be attached together within the entire development. This is an issue that I personally discussed with Mr. Anderson, who, as you know, is the author of section 3.12, and the intent of that regulation, should you have any question, should be directed to Mr. Anderson, because again, he drafted the regulation at the commission's request. The assertions that are made in the written letter that was submitted and the statements made tonight make a number of assertions, and I'm going to go through them. The first is that the development is not small, it's not single family, and it's not clustered. In making this argument, Mr. Ainsworth relies on section 4.1.13 for definitions of cluster and cluster development. Well, that section pertains to section 4.1.13, which, as you know, is one of those numerous special exceptions that apply to a limited parcel of land in the East River section of Madison. We have a whole section of those in our regulation, which I'm sure you know. So those definitions don't even apply to this regulation. We're applying under section 3.12. 3.12 has its own definitions in it, which we meet. As far as the claim that the gatehouse, which is repeatedly made, the gatehouse is just stuck on there and it's to maximize units. It makes no sense. It faces the wrong way. All of that was taken into consideration by a team of architects that we all know as ACCA. Matt Williams, a local architect, a well-known one, and one that's respected, specifically said after Mr. Nucci introduced this project to him, I completely understand why this front building is oriented the way that it is. It serves as a gatehouse to an estate, which is the theme of the entire architectural plans for the development. The Ledges residence is the focal point of this community. And that's important in a number of respects that I will get to. So my point being is, Mr. Ainsworth, mine, individual people in the public, what they consider to be architecturally satisfying or meeting the definitions of in the regulation relating to appearance, what the gatehouse looks like, what the driveway looks like. We have a commission that unanimously approved it, composed of 7 very intelligent and people who take their work very seriously. The next point that was made is that the rear building containing units 6 and 7 are located somehow outside of the permitted district. And this is based on, again, a flawed determination of where the downtown zone begins and the R2 zone begins. Mr. Anderson clarified where that is. The map that was presented on the screen is in fact the zoning district map. And that together with section 1.1 leads to a determination that the zone line is in the center of the right of way of the public roads. Actually, I don't want to misquote that because I believe it says public roads. I believe it says under section 1.1 zoning of streets, where opposite sides of the street lie in different districts, the boundary shall be deemed to be the center of the right of way. So both Birnbaum Lane and Boston Post Road are public roads that adjoin each other. So Mr. Anderson's interpretation that the zone line based on our regulations and the map runs from somewhere between Birnbaum Lane and Boston Post Road is the correct interpretation. And when you start from there, 500 feet includes our entire property. Now, that exercise may not even be necessary to go through because I believe the regulation is intended to allow properties, sites that are within 500 feet of a downtown district or a commercial district to be able to seek a special exception. We don't need to decide that because when you correctly measure where the zone begins and where our property ends, we're within the 500-foot line. That, of course, is the basis, in part, of the claim that we don't meet the density and we don't meet the coverage requirements because they want to exclude a portion of the property that's more than 500 feet from the downtown zone, which, as I just told you, is not true. So the other reason they want to attempt to say we don't meet the density or the coverage requirements of section 3.12 is based on their interpretation of what is slope using an original map we filed before we obtained the detailed topographic survey, and Mr. Ott boiled that data into his plan to specifically exclude the areas that include slope. The opposition and their experts would have you rely on LIDAR to determine rock formations and slope instead of an actual on-site survey determining the topography of the site. That is just wrong. That is a wrong conclusion. And the fact that they don't have the topography other than what we've put in our plan renders their information in that regard completely speculative. They're looking at topography from state and GIS mapping instead of an actual survey that Mr. Ott put into his plans and signs and seals his name and puts his professional reputation on the line to indicate that this is how the site is laid out. So the argument that we don't meet density and we don't meet coverage relies on those two flawed theories. One, how much slope there is. They want you to ignore what Mr. Ott did and incorporate it into his plan through the detailed topographic survey information. And they want you to exclude land that's more than 500 feet from downtown. So both those arguments fail because they're not based on a factual underlying basis. The next point that was made is that the driveway is out of keeping with the single-family residential design and doesn't meet the International Fire Code. Well, there's 2 points here. First of all, Mr. Nucci's plans, as well as Mr. Cunningham's plans, shows the driveway in detail. It's not a 2-lane roadway, which is the way it's referred to in the letter. It's a driveway. It has the 2 pillars, which you see from the post road, that will remain. It was reviewed by ACCA as to appearance from the Boston Post Road and Birnbaum Lane. They unanimously approved it and recommended it. The notion that the International Fire Code is applicable to the driveway and the turning radius is just, again, not accurate. Mr. Ott spoke on several occasions to both the fire marshal and the fire chief, and has confirmed that the driveway width and the turnaround area is suitable for the largest emergency vehicle we have in town. And it's been more than one conversation because this issue has been asserted more than once. There's a note in the letter that the driveway is cross-sloped to discharge water to the neighboring property of Mr. Bischoff and Ms. Zenario. This is just a factual misstatement. The slope of the driveway is toward the front lawn so that water will flow into the area, which has wonderful sand and gravel and great infiltration qualities. It's been said, it's been repeated multiple times by Mr. Ott. I want to spend some time on what the letter indicates is a domino effect, that historic single-family homes will ultimately be demolished and replaced by condos, and that the bookend of historic homes will be demolished to be replaced by condos. This is a phobia that has permeated the comments throughout this process, from the minute we filed the application through this evening. And I believe it was a number of people from the public, including Mr. Phillips and perhaps my friend Sean Banerjee, raised this notion of the future. What's going to happen in the future, and a domino effect. And if you approve this, the next thing's going to fall, and we're going to be Branfordized. We have to look at this application against where it came from. This applicant owned this piece of property, obviously was involved in the general's residence. She's a real estate agent in town. The fact that the small cluster development regulation was passed in 2018, this has been on the radar screen based on a predictable and long-standing regulatory and planning strategy that started with the Plan of Conservation and Development in 2013 and gets implemented by the commission, rightfully so, in my opinion, in 2018, amended again in 2019, and she makes application under the existing regulation, under the existing stormwater requirements, under the existing septic requirements. Our application follows the rules that are here and in place. This application cannot be passed upon or judged by what may come in the future. We may all agree that at some point in the future, we need to take another look at our small cluster regulation. Any resident of the town or group of residents can make such a request to amend it or to amend the plan of conservation and development. They could have done that since 2018, when so many of them indicate in their comments that they were afraid this was going to lead to a domino effect, but they did nothing. Many will stand up and say, oh, including Mr. Ainsworth, who says, oh, when somebody gets a notice that section 3.12 is going to be amended and there's going to be a public hearing. In this case, I think there were 3 public hearings before 3.12 was approved by the commission. Nobody did anything. They're wanting you, through their opposition, to do what they could and should have done in terms of limiting the regulation the way they view this area by giving a denial to the application. That is just not fair to this applicant. This applicant has followed the protocol and the actions of the commission and delivered what the commission has sought to obtain. So this notion of this application being responsible for a slippery slope or a domino theory or what may or may not happen in the future is just not a sound basis to oppose an application. The remainder of Mr. Ainsworth's letter and comments is refuted by the multiple pieces of information, reports, and testimony of record. Mr. Guskowski's report in particular and his testimony is on point, it's well reasoned, and it's supported, and it's dispositive of the points needing to be established by the applicant in order to substantiate its eligibility for approval of its application. A few other points which came up at both last session and tonight, and some other things that seem to have got lost in the shuffle. First is I want to call your attention to the March 18th, 2021 email from Marcy Balint, the coastal planner at the Connecticut DEEP. She had the following response when she was presented with the application. The site is located outside any 100-year flood zone per NFIP FEMA's MAP Service Center mapping. It is not waterfront nor adjacent to coastal resources such as tidal wetlands. Roof runoff will be directed to coastal resources such as tidal wetland. Roof runoff will be directed to an underground infiltration system. The Land and Water Resources Division will not be reviewing or formally responding at this time. No further comment has been received from Ms. Balint or the DEP, which is a telling factor because they typically do have input when there's a concern. There is a claim of and a repeated statement that our development is going to block or interfere the provision of water to the surrounding neighbors. I think it's 3 of them. Mike has submitted to me a number of points that I'm going to go through in the interest of going through them with respect to what he's done with the water supply. There are conflicting stories about what Shannon Miles has told Mike Ott and our group about what and how the water system would be reviewed. And what we've done and what Mike has done is that he's performed the standard practice of due diligence in researching available records and of the current domestic water facility serving the planned development site and the adjacent properties in the vicinity. He's provided copies of all the documents and mapping obtained to the Connecticut Water Company for their records, and he submitted that documentation as part of the record in this application. He's coordinated with the water company. They came out and marked the ground where the water lines are located in a field survey, and he included them in the permit drawing set. Coordinated the conceptual layout of the water main and services for the planned development, with the water company and in accordance with the standard of practice for the preparation of land use applications. And he's included that layout in the permit drawing set, which is of record. He explained in his testimony before the commission that the owner of the project would be responsible to maintain water service to the adjacent property owners in the vicinity. Make no mistake, this developer will have to maintain the water service to the three parties who get their service through the main line that comes into this property. Mike has confirmed his understanding of the Connecticut Water Company in multiple discussions with Shannon Miles, that for land use applications of this type and scope, the Connecticut Water Company does not issue final approval of water facilities plans until all the local land use approvals have been obtained. Of particular note is a conversation that Mike had with Shannon Miles most recently, who indicated to him that when he called her yesterday or the day before, that he wasn't the first person who reached out to her about this issue, and that she had received multiple calls from the neighbors, such that she convened a conference call with the neighbors, which she said was very combative and they were seeking for ways to create a problem rather than create a solution for the water system. And Mike goes on to say that she told them that the developer here is under no obligation to replace the existing water line that's there. That's what the developer is proposing, to replace that water line with an 8-inch main to service not only the new development, but also provide a new main, which of course will be maintained by the Connecticut Water Company as opposed to the private parties as it currently is. But the developer is not obligated to do that. They could run their own separate main and service their own development, and that old pipe that's in the driveway right now can stay there until it breaks, in which case those who are using it are going to have to fix it. That's coming from the Connecticut Water Company. It's not invented by Mike Ott. He didn't even want to bring it up. I'm bringing it up because it's important to know that nobody's skipping out on anything. Nobody's doing an end run around the obligation to provide water to the neighbors. And that's the way it's been described. As far as the wastewater systems, I've submitted Mike's notes for the record. I'm not gonna review those, but they are on the record. There were concerns raised last time about potential screening of the development from the back view from the Downs property. And I want to draw your attention to the fact that John Cunningham's plan does in fact have screening and shows it very clearly, much of which is existing natural screening that goes up the slope. And I would also, as has come up on many applications before this commission, any neighbors who have an objection to their view, of course, we don't think screening is necessary because we think the buildings are quite attractive and look like another house being next door to you. But people have the option of putting up their own screening if they don't like the view of what they see next door. Before I get to blasting, I wanted to go through a number of the points that were made on the record from my observations of experts and some of the people from the public. With respect to the testimony of Mr. Trinkus, a lot of his time was spent on trying to poke a hole in the septic system, as was Mr. Logan. Even if we wanted to, we couldn't apply to this commission for approval of our septic system. And from my experience before this commission, the commission can't be the arbiter of what is or isn't a legal and compliant septic system. We've got that hurdle to go through the local health board. I know there were suggestions, well, they should reach out to the state health code. I believe Mr. Trinkus confirmed what Mr. Ott has been telling you all along, which is the state has told him repeatedly that this is a local health department jurisdiction. We have to go before them. If we can't satisfy them and show we have a valid and compliant septic system, we can't build the project. We can't get a building permit. But that's not an issue for this commission. It never has been. So I don't know why we have 3 experts spending time on that. We've laid out the plan. Mike Ott has signed his name again with his reputation on the line, laying out a septic that he believes can be gotten through the health department. Mr. Trinkus went into the determination of slope, this erroneous determination of slope, and he admitted that he used our old plan, a plan that didn't have the benefit of additional topographic information. And he didn't have access to our site to actually get the specific detailed topography that you need to make an actual determination. Mike Ott did, he included it, it's in his plans, our conclusions, and his sign off on that is definitive. Much of what Mr. Trinkus said was addressed and repetitive of what was presented before wetlands as to both septic and stormwater, and that was rejected by wetlands. They approved our application. There wasn't anything really new or that we hadn't heard of, heard from him at wetlands. Again, Mr. Logan's statements covered largely the septic system and his concern about that. Again, we have as a requirement to get the septic system approved by the appropriate health department, which is the Town of Madison Health Department, as we've been told. A number of comments from the public. Last time when people spoke, I didn't really have any response. This time I have to say I was somewhat floored by somebody from the public, I think, saying that you all could be sued if you grant this application and something goes wrong. I'm surprised you all aren't running for the door. I don't believe that to be the case. I'm not an expert. I don't litigate, but I think that is something that is extraordinary for somebody to say to a commission, who, by the way, is opposing the application, to say that if you approve it and something goes wrong, you're going to get sued. That is the first time I've ever heard that, and I don't quite know how to react, but it concerns me because it doesn't seem appropriate. Another neighbor indicated that he didn't like the Zoom and that we should have a town meeting. And I think what he means is a public meeting. And I'm not so sure I disagree with him about the value of being in front of people and looking people in the eye. I too would prefer that. This is the process we have in place. This is what we're dealing with. But it brings up a good point, and I think a misunderstanding, that this is not a referendum. This is an application before your commission. And I think that's been a misunderstanding all along. Posting signs, recruiting people onto your side, which has occurred. That's not what this is about. The public input here is about the special exception, which is the use that we're applying for. A small residential cluster use in the R2 zone is allowed, provided you comply with the regulations. Some towns call it a conditional use permit. We call it a special exception permit. We've provided the information that we meet the regulation. Public input should be about why we don't meet the regulation or the reasons why it shouldn't meet the regulation. It's not about me or you. This is a planning and zoning decision. The commission is the only body that can make this decision. And it's not a referendum, and it's not a town meeting. Sean Banerjee, whom I know and like very much, raised the issue, again, that's permeated the application process here, and that is what we're applying for is not what actually is going to get built. And that is a real feeling that I've heard people express before, and I've spoken to Mr. Anderson and others about it. All I can say about that is, and not being totally familiar with the General's residence, that any changes that were made to that project, I know had to have gone through ACA. I have proposed a list of conditions of approval whereby, to the extent there is any divergence from what we've applied for and what we've presented, that it has to be vetted out. We don't want the public to be concerned about that. We don't want Sean Banerjee and the neighbors, all the neighbors, to be concerned that we're going to do something different than what we get approved, regardless of who ultimately develops the property, whether it's my clients in conjunction with a developer or some other developer. We do not want that to happen. And again, I think that's something that could be addressed through a condition. With respect to the I have to take note of the fact that Mr. Gagnon indicated that he did not receive notice. And I have, and I know that I filed with, for the record, the certificate of mailing. I have the certificate of mailing indicating he was mailed notice upon the commencement of the public hearing. David and Cynthia Gagnon, 22 East Wharf Road, Madison, Connecticut. Dave, is that something you can check to make sure is on the record?
Do that, Chris.
Okay, I'm now going to get to the area of blasting, because this obviously has been the focus of the opposition. It's been the focus of much concern, and it's been a focus of our concern right from the get-go. First thing to put the blasting in perspective is that if Ms. Whitehead or frankly anybody who owned this property wanted to put in a garage or a swimming pool in their backyard where this is located, and they wanted to do rock removal in order to put in the swimming pool, if it's otherwise compliant with zoning, there's no public hearing. No one can stop her from blasting. So blasting is a component of this application, but it's not because of this application we're blasting. Blasting, as Mr. Sissel noted, it's necessary. We do everything we can to minimize potential harm, and we act conservatively in every respect to make sure that we're minimizing chances of something going wrong. I don't think Mr. Sissel and Mr. Hosley disagree much at all. When I heard the recommendations of Mr. Sissel and stressing the need for pre-blast surveys, all of that to me seemed fairly consistent with exactly the protocol that Mr. Hosley has prescribed and which we've agreed to impose as a condition of approval. You know, early on in the process, we retained a superbly qualified blasting expert. I challenge anybody to find somebody who's got more knowledge about blasting, not only in Connecticut, not only in the state or this country, but internationally. I challenge anybody to find someone who knows more about blasting than Rick Hosley. And I think it's kind of a low blow that somebody digs up an article about an accident that occurred 17 years ago in a rock quarry which involve 33 times more explosives than will be required for the microblasts that are going to be done at the ledges if the project goes forward. I think it's a low blow to Mr. Hosley. It's fair game, I guess, but I think that the fact that that accident occurred, well, first of all, it's apples and oranges for that project and this project. And Mr. Hosley sent in some bullet points that I've sent in to Mr. Anderson. I'm referring to that the ledges blasting, it's occurring within feet of existing structures, including the proposed ledges estate, which noticeably Mr. Sissel left out when he showed the orange booms on the map around of potential properties that might have some impact. He left out the ledges, property that's right next to where we're going to need to do this rock removal, and which is the centerpiece of the development. What better incentive to do the blasting more carefully than the centerpiece of the development being the closest structure to any blasting activity? The blast that will be required at the ledges will use exceedingly small explosive charges on separate intervals. Microblasting is what he's calling it. The pre-blast survey radius is influenced by charge weight, and you can make a determination by, detonated on separate time intervals separated by a minimum of 8 milliseconds. A 200-foot pre-blast survey radius will inform rock removal experts of the condition of adjacent structures. He's got other stuff in here about rock volume. I think there were some comments last session that he couldn't possibly determine rock volume based on the data from blasting permits that were pulled, but he can. And he shows that methodology based on the amount of explosives that were licensed. You can back into the amount of rock that was needed to be removed. The simple fact about the rock removal on the site is that it's necessary. And we're going to do everything that is legally and regulatorily required. The fire marshal has a process. The blasting contractors have licensing requirements. We've got to allow that process to play itself out. And it is heavily regulated. On top of that, and because of the concern that the neighbors raised, we specifically asked Mr. Hosley to lay out a process and procedure on how we could do this to minimize any potential problems. We've put that forth, it's on the record, and we're suggesting that any contractor that ends up doing the blasting has to adhere to it. And the condition doesn't just say that. It provides a mechanism for making sure that actually happens. Sending a notice to the fire marshal. You can't issue a blasting permit to make sure that this complies with the guidelines. Mr. Anderson and I discussed ways to make sure that this extra layer of protection actually gets implemented and not put in someone's drawer. So a lot has been made that Mr. Hosley won't be the blasting contractor. Well, he may very well be the blasting contractor. I know if I were the developer of the site, he'd be the first person I'd hire. Obviously, the people who are opposing the application have hired an attorney. He's doing his job, seeking to convince you not to approve the application. And the experts that were retained were retained for that purpose. Try to convince you not to approve this application. And the experts that we've hired, admittedly, are trying to convince you that, yeah, approve this application. We meet the requirements. We've put our hard work in to show you we meet all the requirements, and we hope you approve it. But I think it's important to know who has a bigger incentive to make sure they're right. So if we close this public hearing tonight and you deliberate, and under any scenario, approval or denial, the experts who have testified on behalf of the opposition, their responsibility with respect to the Ledges project ends. They don't have any continuing obligation, responsibility, or liability. In the event that you approve the application, which we hope you will, the experts that are on the applicant's team, their responsibility, their reliability, their responsibility, and the need for them to be right and accurate in their professional opinions is really just beginning. They have to be right. So they're not just people who are standing up here telling you on a given night what they think is right or wrong. Their information has to be right in order for this project to get constructed. And they're not just people who showed up here yesterday or the day before. The experts are here repeatedly. They're well known to the commission. This isn't going to be the last one that they're in front of you before. And I submit to you that for all those reasons, they have a much more important reliance on being right and being accurate and not stating, or as Mr. Ainsworth put it, skating by or trying to do an end run around requirements. That's not what they're doing. They're working within the code and regulations. They're relying on state and local officials telling them information in order to get a project built. I wanted to specifically talk about the conditions of approval. The blasting condition, again, lays out a requirement that we meet all of the guidelines laid out by Rick Hosley. We require all contracts and subcontracts for blasting operations to comply with Rick Hosley's guidelines. All applications that are submitted for a blasting permit on the site have to contain a copy of Mr. Hosley's guidelines and a written certification by the applicant that to the fire marshal that the application and all the supporting materials comply with Mr. Hosley's guidelines. And within 30 days of approval, hopefully, of this special exception, the applicant is required to file a notice with the fire marshal so that it's on record that the fire marshal can't issue a blasting permit unless the conditions of this approval are complied with. The second condition that I propose is that upon the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, that the owner of the property or homeowners association, as applicable, has to comply with the site operation and maintenance plan, which is Appendix E to the Stormwater Management Design Report. This condition has to be binding upon the property owner, their heirs, successors, or assigns, so that it is a restriction upon the ownership of the property. I've next proposed that the owner and/or the homeowners association is required to use only organic fertilizers and pesticides on the lawn and garden areas located on the site. That would also be binding upon the property and run with the land. The next condition is the one I spoke of earlier, and the one I think addresses Mr. Banerjee's concerns about something being built that wasn't actually applied for or approved. And that is that prior to the issuance of the certificate of zoning compliance to permit construction of any unit, the applicant has to present final architectural details to the Advisory Committee on Community Appearance. Thereafter, in accordance with Section 3.12M, the Director of Planning and Economic Development shall review the final elevations and materials for each dwelling unit and ensure the consistency with the approved plans. The Director may then approve a certificate of zoning compliance or refer it to ACA for recommendation. No deviation from the final elevations and materials shall be permitted without further review by ACA. The next one is, again, a point that seems to be missed in all of the confusion, and that is the historic preservation of the Ledges mansion or estate. It is being preserved, and that is the focal point of the application. So we've proposed a condition that will maintain not only the historic Ledges residence, but the stone wall surrounding the property. That condition, too, would be binding upon the property and run with the land for future property owners. We believe that much of the concern and consternation of people in the neighborhood, and I am not attacking or questioning people's motives for being concerned. They have every right to be concerned. My point is that the concerns are not reasons for denying the application. They may be reasons for imposing certain conditions to make sure what we're saying is going to be done. And what we've said and what our experts have said is what the case is when the project is actually constructed. I don't know whether any of my team of experts has anything to add, because I've tried to just cover our collective points with you in the interest of trying to wrap up, rather than have each expert testify or offer rebuttal. But I would like to ask if any of them have anything else to add to what I've just said before I give you a closing summation, which is short, and remind us what we're seeking from the commission. I think Mr. Hosley might want to address something. Mr. Chairman, is it okay if Mr. Hosley speaks?
Certainly.
Rick Hosley, Realty Securities, blasting professional for the applicant. For the record, thank you, commissioners. The only thing I'd like to point out is that blasting records can be requested by the local and state fire marshal. There's a concern about transparency. The local fire marshal can step in and ask for blasting records, blast plan, all of that information, and the state fire marshal as well. So there is transparency with that.
Thank you.
Mike Ott or Greg Nucci or John Cunningham, you guys all set? John Guskowski? Okay. I don't know, Mr. Chairman, I have a very, very brief summation, but I don't know if you want to open up anything that I've said to questions or anything else, or if we're ready to wrap it up.
Well, briefly, does any commissioners have a question that they'd like to ask at this point? This is our last opportunity. Any hands? I guess the only one that occurs to me is we did get a somewhat compelling letter from the Scranton Library about the sensitivity of what's inside the library and its historical significance. Yet it unquestionably is some distance away from the property. Maybe Mr. Hosley or Attorney McKeon, any thoughts or agreement that could be included in the blast survey?
Mr. Chairman, I meant to cover that when I was going through the proposed conditions, because we did discuss that, Mr. Hosley and,
you did?
The clients. We did discuss it. We did get the letters. I think the library is roughly 500 or 600 feet away, which is outside of the recommended area for doing pre-blast surveys, even under Mr. Sissel's recommendations. And obviously there's expense to doing a pre-blast survey of a building like the library. It's significantly more than a pre-blast survey for a single family residential home. So we'd like to avoid that expense, but we can't in good faith object to a condition of approval that says we should include them in light of the investment the town has made in the library and their effort to reach out. We think it's superfluous. We think it's unnecessary, but we will include them if the commission, requires that as a condition.
Thank you.
I hope that addresses the question.
It does for me. Mr. Hosley, did you have your hand up?
I did. And my point is that these microblasts will be designed to protect the ledge's structure at feet or less than tens of feet. So when you look outside that parameter, we will ensure compliance to the adjacent structures.
Okay.
It's a principle of physics.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission? Okay, Attorney McKeon, if you'd like to summarize.
Yes. First of all, I want to thank all of you for what has been a long and difficult road. I echo those who say that your position is somewhat difficult. And I appreciate your attention and your thoughtful questions and for your service generally on the board. Let me sum up by saying that change is difficult, and especially in our town, but in many towns. And construction can create short-term disruption. There's no doubt about it. We probably all could agree on that. The disruption can't be avoided, but it can be minimized. And we've demonstrated a willingness to minimize that disruption. And if you have ideas by way of conditions to help us do that, we're all ears to reasonable suggestions in that regard. Our team of experts have made tremendous efforts to ensure that the project will fit into the neighborhood without any long-term damage to the neighborhood tranquility. All the technical questions that have been addressed to us and the constructive input from the public has been heard and addressed through changes and adjustments to the building design, the landscape design, and civil engineering plans. Short of preventing any construction from ever taking place at this site, this is an exemplary plan that we've put before the commission. Despite our efforts to listen to and attempt to address the concerns expressed by those who have participated in this process, if there is some minor way that the commission members have identified that can improve the project as proposed, that improvement can be included as a condition of approval, not as a grounds for denial. The applicant has presented a body of more than substantial evidence for the commission to rightfully and justifiably find that the application and the proposed development meets all the requirements of section 3.12 and section 4.4 of the Madison zoning regulations. The proposed small cluster development squarely meets a compelling need for more diverse housing in Madison, as the commission determined when it approved and promulgated section 3.12. I think there's a little bit of a misunderstanding about diverse housing options. I think people want to tie that to cost of units and price points. That is not the criteria for diversity of housing options. People living in a community is as opposed to a 1 acre lot with one small house on it, which roughly 92% of our residential properties in town are a big lot and a house. So diversity in housing is a small cluster development. So in speaking of the public convenience and welfare, it will be served. I know that people may be inconvenienced, as I said, by the disruption of construction and potential for blasting. But the public convenience and welfare, as that term is defined under the statutes and under our regulations, is bigger than that. The public convenience and welfare here is in the diversification of Madison's housing portfolio. It's not a theoretical thing, the fact that we need more diverse housing. It is a real issue. It was recognized long ago. It was implemented in the Plan of Conservation and Development. And wisely so, the commission approved the small cluster development several years later. A layperson could look at what's happening in terms of the General's residence sales, the sales of units in the Mews, the sales of units in Windermere, the sales of virtually every unit in a planned unit or common interest community in our town. Those parcels, they do not sit on the market. There is a demand for that. People can't afford the time or the money or don't want to spend the time taking care of a huge structure. The General's residence is the future of the ledges without something like this development occurring. Nobody can afford or wants to take care of these structures. This is a very unique way to preserve a historic structure through a community that lives there and enjoys it. One of the many reasons why towns promulgate a small cluster residential development regulation is there's many ecological benefits to small groups of people living together near the center of town or near commercial areas. The most obvious are, and despite the assertions that the traffic at East Wharf and Post Road, especially during the summer, is bad, we all know it's bad. We all drive through it. But the people who will live in the Ledges development may just very well not start their car and drive to go to CVS or the library or to Bradley and Wall. They may actually get up and walk there or get on their bicycle. That is the purpose of the development. That is the purpose of the small cluster development. There are many other ecological benefits to the small cluster development. Again, that's why you implemented the regulation. This development allows for modestly more people to live near, enjoy, and economically support Madison's downtown. And it could not be clearer that the proposed development is in accordance with the comprehensive plan. The responsibility of the Planning and Zoning Commission is to identify a future vision for the community and then set up the rules and regulations to help the town reach that vision. There is no dispute and no question that this commission specifically determined that it wanted to see more activity in and near Madison Center. And that one good way to do this was to gently increase residential densities in areas immediately adjacent to Madison Center. The commission then specifically asked Mr. Anderson to write section 3.12 and then adopted it to further the goals of the Plan of Conservation and Development. There is absolutely no doubt that this property is eligible and meets the standards of section 3.12. Any claim of ineligibility is a smokescreen. This is quite simply the natural result of the commission's planning and zoning efforts. This is exactly the type of development that the commission envisioned in the location it identified. We respectfully submit that the only legally, statutorily, and philosophically consistent decision is to approve this application as a benefit and opportunity to Madison. In doing so, you will be taking a step toward reaching the vision you identified, and you will show the courage of your convictions when you wrote and approved the Plan of Conservation and Development and the Small Cluster Residential Development Regulations. And with that, I would submit to the commission the following requests that we believe we've shown more than substantial evidence for the commission to grant. And those include an approval of the application for special exception, including the Downtown Village District application component, an approval of the application for municipal coastal site plan review, a determination that the intervener has failed to prove that the application involves conduct that will or is reasonably likely to have the effect of unreasonably polluting, impairing, or destroying the public trust in the air, water, or other natural resources of the state. And before we close the public hearing, I would simply make the request that to the extent that any commission members have questions or suggestions or possibly conditions that might improve our application or make you feel better about approving it, I would ask that you ask those questions before we close the public hearing and before deliberations begin, so that we're not in a situation where any party won't be able to have input on a suggestion of that nature. So hopefully we can have that sort of preliminary deliberation while we're on the record and while the parties can address any such questions or ideas that you might have. And with that, I would conclude my remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Attorney McKeon. Well, with that offer, does anyone on the commission have a question they'd like to ask of the applicant as we move possibly toward closing the public hearing? Seeing or hearing none, I think we can talk about and would entertain a motion to close the public hearing, which simply means that we can no longer communicate with the applicant or the other party.
So Ron, could I ask a question or propose or try to get some answers to some things that I'm struggling with? This is Tom.
I think within the context of what Commissioner McKeon just offered, certainly.
Yeah, okay. So, as I think about this, in knowing that we can't ask questions once we close the public hearing, would the applicant consider having no blasting at all on the site to do the construction? Would they consider having a single septic system as opposed to several septic systems? And would they agree to a requirement that a water supply plan be solidified, if you will, by the Connecticut Water Company prior to any construction starting, so that no disturbance to the existing water supply to the adjacent properties would occur, and that they would, at the end of construction, have a equal or improved water supply system going forward. So those are three things that I figured I'd put out there before we close the hearing, as those are some questions I'm struggling with.
Thanks, Tom.
And Ron, before I also have a question. Let's go with Tom's first.
Okay. Attorney McCann?
I can start to answer them, but I may need the assistance of Mike Ott. But as far as being to one septic system, I don't know how we can agree to that, because it's not what we designed and it's not what we put into our plans. What we've designed is a plan that Mr. Ott has signed and sealed on his professional opinion works and complies with the health department. If it doesn't, then we're back to the drawing board and may well have to consider one septic system. But I'll let Mike Ott address that further if I'm fully.
Yeah, and if I can kind of clarify, maybe clarify or add an additional point. when I put in a septic system for my house, I have to put in I have to make sure that there's a reserve capacity, so that should something happen to any of the any components, I can mitigate that. Based on what I saw from this plan, very different than the general's residence, there is absolutely no conceivable area that you can recover if any portion of this septic system fails. You've literally covered the entire front lawn, which is where all the soils which would be applicable or would support a septic system, is taken up, so that it just doesn't look like there's any reserve capacity. So that's a concern I've got.
Now you've got me out over my skis. I'm not going to attempt to.
And I'm way out over my skis.
I'm going to ask
too,
Mike
but-
to respond to that, please.
So yes, for the record, Mike Ott, I'm a licensed professional engineer and land surveyor with Summerhill Civil Engineers and land surveyors in Madison on Wall Street. Each of the 7 individual septic systems has a reserve leaching field area also. If you study the plan, you will see that there is a primary leaching field and a reserve leaching field area for each of the 7 individual septic systems. That's required by the technical standards of the state public health code.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
You're welcome.
Can you address the Commissioner Berlin's question about the water supply plan?
Yes.
How the timing of that and how we can ensure that the neighbors who rely on that source for water are not without water or compromised in that regard.
Yes, so I'm not sure if I remember the question exactly, but we know from years of experience in submitting land applications and reviewing land use applications, that, as you've stated, Attorney McCann, and as we've stated in the past, that the Connecticut Water Company does not approve a final water supply plan for any land use proposal until all the local permits and approvals are in place, and until the owner and or developer enters into certain agreements with the water company. It's only then that the very final details get worked out. The Connecticut Water Company is bound by state law and regulation regarding the public water facilities. They have certain rules and regulations that they have to live by and that they have to enforce or not enforce, but maybe that's the right word, but make sure that an owner and or a developer comply with. And if this land use application were to be approved, we would, the owner and or developer and their engineer, it could be me, it could be a different engineer at the time, would have to meet with the Connecticut Water Company and work all that out, the final details of that plan, before construction could start. Similarly, it's very similar actually to the wastewater issue. During the land use application process, an applicant has to show that the site is suitable for sewage disposal and that there is there is an adequate supply and facilities for public water. We, as Attorney McCann said, we have to go through the health department review and approval process to get those wastewater systems approved. If we can't, the development cannot proceed. Same thing with the water supply. We have to go through the Connecticut Water Company process, and if we cannot meet their requirements and get it approved, the development can't proceed. So those are two controls on making sure that there is adequate sewage disposal, treatment and disposal facilities, as well as adequate water supply.
So I guess to further the question, or maybe to clarify the question a little bit further, I guess the only thing I was looking for assurances for, or maybe this would be a condition, is that the developer and owner of the property being developed would bear total responsibility and in cost for ensuring that there is a continuous water supply to the houses that are served by the current water main that goes through the property, in that after final construction, those two adjacent properties have the same quality of service that they have today, and that cost would be borne by the developer / owner of the property being developed.
I think that. Oh, go ahead, Chris. I'm sorry.
I can state that I think that's the case, regardless of it being a condition. But if it needs to be a condition, then yes, that is the understanding.
Okay.
Mike, did you have something to add to that?
No, other than that is always
the issue.
Always been our what we've stated and is in fact our understanding. Yes, absolutely. I'd just like to say too, if the commission members, if you think back on other land use applications that you've considered over the years, I think you'll find that the way the final approval of the wastewater facilities and the water supply, the domestic and sometimes fire protection, depending on the type of project, the way those facilities are approved are brought to the commission and then finally approved is exactly what we're doing with this application. This application's no different than any other land use application that you've reviewed and approved before, with the exception of we have the unusual case, the unusual situation where there's a private main running through the property, serving adjacent and other properties in the vicinity. That does exist elsewhere, but it is quite unusual. But the way we're approaching it through the land use process is no different than any other application you've reviewed or approved in the past. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it would be accurate to say that you've never seen a final approval of a water supply, domestic water supply system on any application from the Connecticut Water Company. It's just not the way it's done in our business.
I can actually speak to that issue and then get to your third question, Commissioner Berlin, which was, can we live with no blasting? And I think we can get to that. But specifically with respect to the water line, you may recall I was involved with a project on Brookside, which is the private road off of Wall Street. And the Connecticut Water Company was running a water line down there. The road is actually owned by the company that operates the Hearth. And we put in an easement there and a water line, which ultimately was going to serve a number of owners on the street, but also the proposed development that the Gulicks had gotten approved for Brookside Lane. And the details of that at the time of approval were less than what we have right now. We knew we were going to the water company. We were going to negotiate an easement to get the water line down there. and we did that. So it's almost directly on point to this issue. The same thing is going to have to occur. But again, a condition clarifying that is acceptable and perhaps warranted. Next is getting to the can we live without blasting? And I know that Mr. Hosley presented the alternatives, the blasting. And they are, drilling and hammering, and putting aside the issue of cost, which I believe it would be more costly to do that. But I think the bigger issue is the length of time, the noise, and the vibration, as Mr. Sissel had indicated, is a problem or a potential problem. From drilling and hammering, I don't know this, but I would think that the damage, minor damage to surrounding people is as likely, if not more likely, to occur than if you use these micro charges to separate rock and remove it. And it's done quicker, more efficiently, and with less disturbance. I guess the concept is a little scarier to everybody because you're using an explosive, but I think the two alternatives need to be understood in terms of whether or not we could live without blasting.
And I guess the third alternative is no rock removal at all, right?
No, because the project isn't able to be built without rock removal. We've got to remove the rock. It's just a question of how.
Okay, then, Tom, is that?
That's it. That's it.
Thanks. Jim, you had one?
I had one. I'd like to know if the applicant would remove the gatehouse from the project. Eliminate it.
I've specifically had this discussion with our clients. It may very well render the project economically unfeasible if you remove it. But that being said, I did also mention to Mr. Anderson, and I've raised this before in terms of a phasing of the construction, such that the units in the southern part of the property get built and all the infrastructure of the site is built. And there is a determination that they were built in accordance with what was approved. And after any rock removal and other site work is done, and then and only then would the gatehouse building be built. And that way you have yet another piece of leverage to make sure that whoever constructs this development is gonna be honest and is gonna honor the approval and is gonna honor what our professionals have worked so hard to design and engineer.
Yeah, okay, well, so the answer is the final, your answer is the final project would have that gatehouse on the property, whether it's built along with the rest or if it's done later.
Right. Now, that doesn't mean that you're not able as a commission to say you want to approve 6 and defer a decision on the 7th. I mean, you as a commission can, do what you want, what you want to collectively agree, but our application sets it forth. I propose that phasing thing as a way to keep a developer and this concern that we don't know who the developer might be. It's just another way to keep them honest. The 7th unit complies with the regulations and the appearance of it, the positioning of it, all was favorably, more than favorably received by AEA.
act as an advisory committee to us
Yeah,
only.
understood.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Anyone else? Oh, I see John Mathers. Okay, John?
Yeah, I guess before we close the public hearing, I just want to say that, I have concerns about the blasting, but I'm not that concerned because I think that it can be properly controlled. And if there were any unintended damage, I think it's reparable. I think that the supply line of the water, I have faith and trust that that's going to be taken care of. What I'm completely hung up on is the septic system. And while I believe that Mike Ott has designed a septic system that meets the current regulations, I am convinced by the opinions of Dr. Skelly and Mr. Trinkus, Mr. Logan, that those regulations that Mike Ott complied with are likely outdated and obsolete. And if there's problems with the septic system, these problems are going to be long-term problems that are going to affect Fence Creek. We know that we're on a shelf here, that if there may be 40 inches of sandy soil, but underneath that there's rock and water flows on rock. And if that system is not adequately treating the runoff, that's not a gravity-fed system. It's relying on pumps, and it's also being influenced by the storm runoff from the driveway. And as the applicant has confirmed, the driveway is not pitched so that the water will run toward the neighbor. It's pitched so that the water will run toward the lawn, and it's contributing more flow. I'm really concerned about that.
And first speak to that, but I want Mike to ultimately address it. The existing health code and the jurisdiction of the local health department in passing upon the system that Mike has proposed has a set of guidance and regulations that exist. I don't know how we could possibly submit an application that can comply with some assumed regulations or some regulations that ought to apply. And I understand what Mr. Skelly has said. I took his comments to mean, yeah, we went ahead and we approved a small cluster development, but our infrastructure regulations relating to stormwater management and septic haven't caught up, and we're putting the cart before the horse. I don't know the answer to that. It's an intellectual point. But as an applicant, I do not know how you can possibly make an application to comply with rules that don't apply to that don't currently apply. And again, I don't think it's your decision to make as a commission about whether or not this septic system can be approved. And frankly, I've seen this commission say just that on many occasions. So that is a problem that the applicant is going to have to solve. I'm not suggesting that.
I think we are charged with not approving anything that could have an adverse effect on the neighbors, are we not?
And I would agree with John.
And Mike Ott is an engineer, but I'm not sure Mike possesses the expertise, the specific expertise that Dr. Skelly, Mr. Tinkus, Mr. Logan possesses. And they are saying that regardless of what the regulations are right now, these regulations may not be adequate. And if we just go ahead and rubber stamp something because, hey, it meets the regulations, when we're being advised by experts in the field that we shouldn't be doing this, I'm struggling with that.
Well, I would tend to disagree that Mr. Ott doesn't have the qualifications of Mr. Trinkus or Mr. Logan, but I would repeat that if the commission were to deny an application because a septic system did not meet regulations, which are not yet in place, or which should be in place, that's not a proper basis for denial. And what I'm saying is, and I'm not disagreeing with you about the concern of the septic system operating properly. And we can discuss ways to ensure that it does. But I can't possibly, nor can any of my group of professionals, put an application forward that complies with non-existent regulations. There's no way I can comply. So I'm not trying to skirt the issue, because I understand, and what I'm hearing from you is that you'd like more assurance that this septic system is going to actually work. The fact of the matter is, if it doesn't, we can't get a building permit. We'll never be able to build it. Mike, I don't know if you have anything else to add to that, or
A little bit, yeah. John, to go to the easier part of your concerns, surface water flowing over the area where there's a leaching field below the ground is not an issue. That happens in probably the majority of our homes and our lawns. The lawn area in the front along Birnbaum Lane is not flat. It is mildly sloped. Just like a lot of our lawns that have a leaching field below it is, in fact, there are 2 leaching fields in that lawn today. And they were approved by the Town of Madison Health Department. They serve the estate residents and the carriage house, a garage apartment in the rear. They are there today. They're shown on our drawings. They're identified on our drawings. In fact, they're also identified to be removed on our drawings. I think they were installed around 2008. So just to go back to, I don't know how this started, but actually I think I do, which I'd like to get to later.
I hope there's no later, Mike.
Well, I think there is something I'm going to have to, okay. I'll clear it up and I'll keep it brief. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I'll just answer your question really quickly then, John. There is no issue with surface water flowing over the ground surface where there is a leaching field below. There would be an issue if it was dead flat and the water ponded and added to the leaching field, but there's not an issue when it flows over. It happens in a lot of our yards. If you think about your yards, some of you may have the same situation.
Does that help at all, John?
Yeah.
Any other questions from the commission? None? Okay, well, I would, unless someone has, Chris, are you saying something? I saw your light go on, Attorney McKeon.
I don't.
I thought you were starting to speak. The box lit up on my.
No, I'm sorry.
Ron, Attorney Ainsworth does have his hand raised.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, since there's been new testimony, I'd like to address some of these comments because they are quite germane to the comments.
You know, I'm going to wrestle with that, Counselor. We went over the plan for this evening as to who would do what. And, you know, we said the summation by the applicant at the end, and I thought that's what was given. My problem is that this will never end. That you will speak, then I think the applicant, much like a baseball team, has a little bit of a home field advantage, gets to, you know, summarize again, and we could be here till 4 o'clock this morning. That's the issue I'm wrestling with.
And if I may, the issue I'm wrestling with is that there's been new information presented to the commission while the hearing's still open.
Haven't heard anything that we haven't already heard.
I just heard about septic systems that were installed and that water directed across them is not a problem, which I do believe is actually a problem. In addition, I also heard an argument regarding regulations being required that don't exist, and missed the point that the fact that there's an alternative system that could be used that's better exists isn't the application of a regulation that doesn't exist. It's the design of another system that could be approved, and your commission has the ability to do that as a condition under your duty to protect the environment. It's not about whether or not he can design a system that complies with the current health code. It's he's got an alternative that's more protective.
And I think we all realize that. So
Thank you, Attorney Ainsworth. Anything else from anyone?
Mr. Chairman, I apologize, but I think I need to clear something up. I'll be very brief, and it really doesn't have anything to do with this application. Earlier at the onset, Attorney Ainsworth made a statement that Thomas Daly from SLR submitted a letter regarding this application in opposition to it. That's actually an error. Tom Daly is an engineer that I know. He's a professional engineer. He works at SLR, formerly Malone and McBroom Incorporated. He did not write that letter and did not submit it to the commission. I feel like just for professional courtesy, and given that I know him, that I should make it clear for the record, since this is a public meeting and it was stated by Attorney Ainsworth, and then it was said again by Mr. Trinkus and then by Mr. Logan. I think it's just an honest mistake, but they're actually, the Mr. Daly, who I believe wrote the letter, lives in Madison and may, in fact, it appears he's on the attendance list right now, but Tom Daly, PE, who works at SLR, did not write or submit that letter, just for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anything else from the commission? I'd like to ask at this point that we have a motion and consider closing the public hearing. So
motion to close.
From Tom Berlin, the second by
I'll second.
Jim. Okay. Any discussion? Okay, motion to close the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Okay, where do we go from here? It's 11:45, which to most of us, I think, is late. And normally we go into discussion and deliberation. I'm a little bit reluctant to do that. Number one, because of the late hour. Number two, because there's a lot of information, I think, to ponder. And thirdly, in recent memory, we had a situation where we got to doing a straw vote, and we kind of got a feeling for where things laid, and we continued it on. And that presented a myriad of problems, if you recall, up around the circle. So I would want to poll the commission and say, would you like to delay in having a discussion? Because I think it'll be a robust one about it before we cast our votes. Does that seem to make sense to everybody? I see some heads nodding.
Yeah, it does to me, Ron. I'm with you on that.
I know everybody's anxious to find out how it comes out, certainly, but by the same token, we want to do it with thought and forethought and maybe some more homework. Anybody else have a feeling?
So Dave, where are we in relation to our statutory requirement to close?
Well, you're fine. Now that you've closed the public hearing, you have time to deliberate, so you can move to deliberations at the next meeting without any issues.
So does that make sense, everyone?
Yeah, I agree with you, Ron. I feel like if we deliberate now, the conversation will not be as robust as maybe if we do it at a later date.
Thank you, Doctor. Anybody disagree with that? All right, well, why don't we do that then? I might say that, particularly for the public, that the next time the commission discusses this, we'll be as a group, not individually. There'll be no back channel communication. We'll be at our next meeting the date would be the
17th.
17th. But I would also ask members of the public to respect the commissioners that we are not in a position to talk about our feelings, what we feel, what we think. I think many of us are in the process of just, coming to some type of preliminary conclusion before we actually discuss it amongst ourselves. But please show us the respect, or them the respect of not trying to share your thoughts or trying to glean their thoughts out of fairness and respect and doing the right thing. So anybody have anything else to add, Dave?
No, I have nothing else to add.
Okay. Then we will motion to close the meeting for tonight I guess it's no longer a hearing, but to close this for the night and continue on the 17th. Can I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Thank you. Second? Joel, thank you. All in favor? Aye. So we'll pick this up on the 17th. I'd also like to thank everyone who participated, the applicant and all their experts for all your time and information, and certainly the same for Attorney Ainsworth and his experts, and the neighbors and the public for their time. I'm sorry. I think you realize we're trying to do the right thing by delaying this decision. So appreciate your patience there too. And thank you most of all for all the participation. That was very much appreciated by all of us. So moving on, let's suspend the minutes. And the only comment I have is on the 17th, we'll be hearing from Bank America again on the lighting situation. So I just want a reminder to if you get the chance to drive there after dark, which at my age is hard to do at this time of the year. It's light for 15 and a half hours a day. That's something that'll be popping up on the 17th as well. So that's all I have. Dave, do you have anything?
No, I was going to say the same thing about Bank of America. We have a couple small coastal site plan applications that we'll entertain as well, but it's not too robust of agenda, so we should be able to get through those all fairly quickly, I think.
Terrific. Wonderful. Well, thank you, everyone. I appreciate all you've gone through tonight and for the past number of long nights with this application. So I will, however, at this point, entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Elliot. Second by?
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor? Need I ask?
Aye.
Have a good night, everybody. Thanks for all your time.
Thanks, Ron.